Hello, and thank you for joining the Thursday edition of Journalist Hangout. I'm Ayodele Uzubakun. Today on the program, Nigerian students recount ordeal in Sudan, claim they were sexually harassed and paid money to urinate. I'll be hanging out with Chris Kendi Wando and Asuko James. If you're ready, let the hangout start now. Thank you for staying with us. Let's begin with the looming crisis in the health sector. The House of Representatives Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila is set to meet with the leadership of the National Association of Resident Doctors in a bid to avert another strike. The doctors are threatening strike over their exclusion from the 40% pay rise for public servants by the federal government. The House passed the resolution after adoption of a motion on a personal explanation moved by Samuel Adejare on government statements that the new increase will not reflect on the salary of health workers, especially doctors, who have issued 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to ratify it or face imminent strike. Asuko, anytime these guys anytime they go on strike, it's not always the best time in the country. So the best thing is to avert it. So whatever is going to trigger this kind of strike now. So what's this pay rise that the federal government is excluding doctors?
You know, it was quite surprising that the federal government actually excluded the doctors. And not only the doctors, I think even some lecturers were also excluded. And they decided to give some other public officers.
40% of
yes, yeah. You know, because if you're excluding doctors, you're excluding some other people from getting this 40% rise. These same doctors, is it not the same market that they will also go and buy things with those people that you're increasing? Because everybody is facing the inflation together. So the federal government is supposed to have looked at it even before increasing. We know that you want to increase the salaries of public workers, but you must also look at take everybody along, not just keep some other people and then leave some other people. It's like just like the College of Education, the union, the academic staff union, what they were saying. They are doing like a divide and rule, because once you give some people 40% and you leave some other people, those you have given 40%, they won't even say anything because they are happy collecting the 40% pay rise. So what the federal government has succeeded in doing is not good. So what they should do is take everybody along, give everybody what is due. And Ayo, we are talking about doctors here. Every day we keep complaining that doctors are always traveling outside the country for them to go and look for better pay. And you are marginalizing them. This is part of marginalization. You can't marginalize those who are involved in critical sectors of the country. If they are not happy that, because you go to the hospital today, one doctor is attending to 100 people. Those ones are always complaining. Give us facility, give us this and that. Now it's just ordinary salary for you to give them salary. And you are complaining. I just thank God that Gbajabiamila is trying to intervene. He has been intervening in so many other things, for us. I remember during the ASU, he intervened until the federal government actually took ASU to, the industrial court, But we need this to be sorted out. If the federal government is giving a 40% pay rise, they must include the doctors. They must include everybody that is a public servant. Nobody should be left behind. If the private sector are even increasing salaries, how come the public sector are increasing salaries and then they are cherry-picking the sectors or the people that they want to give? So they need to sort this out once and for all.
Again, could it be as a result of the recent adjustment in their pay, in their allowances? These doctors, apart from their basic salary, they have some other allowances that the government has just negotiated with them. Could you think this is the reason why? And is this justifiable to have excluded this set of critical workers?
Ayo, the issue is that we are not much in the known. Government have to come out clean.
Tell us
to tell Nigerians categorically what this increment is all about. Because I was listening to the president of NLC, Ajero, a few days ago, and he said was not too much in the known, the way he was talking. And so I think this should be the way we do things ad hocly. At the end of it all, we end up creating more problem than we had initially. Because if we are going to increase salaries, it has to be across board. It must be, once you are a civil servant, it must be based on what is good is for the, as that we always say, what is good for the goose is always good for the gender. So it has to be across board. And my little fear is that, is this a salary increment? Is it part of the minimum wage increment? And we have a minimum wage, which is 30,000 naira, which was approved by the federal government. That is the minimum wage. Though we call it minimum wage, some people call it death wage or whatever, because it is not wage at all. We're talking of 30,000 naira. That is what the take home of certain people. That is just less than $50 in a month. AY, you travel. People in various parts of the world earn more than $50 a day. You know that very well. Yes. They earn more than $50 a day.
So minimum with some states, minimum with $50
per hour.
Yeah, depending on the state.
Depends on the state. There was a time that the president, I think it was Joe Biden, when he came in, increased it from an hour from about $12 to about $15. Yeah, you remember?
Yes.
And in the US,
you work for 8 hours.
You know now. You know, it's always 8 hours. So if you are doing 16 hours, which is always double, you know at times.
Yes, sir.
So that is what some people are earning. Now, some states can't still pay that 30,000 naira. What it means that some states can't even pay less than $50 a month to their workers. That shows you. So when they say that Nigeria is the heaven or whatever of poverty, so don't doubt people when they say that. But I think this should be holistic. We shouldn't go the same way we have been going. We have been having issues. The doctors, I remember about a year ago, went on strike for some weeks. We don't seem to engage them. AY, I also tell you that there are some states that are owing doctors about 2 months, 2 years salary. I don't want to start talking. You know now. You know that there are some states that are owing about 2 years. So I don't think we need, at this critical point in time, AY, recent report came out that over 230,000 Nigerians die from malaria every year. The highest in the world.
The level of backwardness.
Over 200,000 Nigerians die from malaria, the highest in any. In fact, far more than we had during the COVID. If you remember how much we spent on COVID. But we are not talking about meningitis is happening in so many states now. People are dying because of the rain. We are not talking about that. When you look at our ratio per doctor as to World Health Organization standard, we are nowhere to be found.
Disastrous.
Then we also have a minister who is a doctor who said that we have so many doctors, whoever wants to go to check out.
Yes.
So we have a big problem on hand. But I think that the federal government or whoever in charge, whether Salary and Wages Commission, whether whoever is in charge with this, have to really make sure that they sit down with the relevant unions, including the Nigeria Labour Congress, to make sure that we have a holistic look at what that before we push. Immediately the doctor goes, will be shocked by others who are not also part of it.
This is part of the crisis that the new administration might inherit. Because what's today? Handing over dates is
less than 20 days.
So if the doctors are giving ultimatum and they decide to greet the new administration with this kind of industrial action, something that was kind of inherited, and our government, if this notice is given now, they might not sit down to start negotiating.
No, they will form a committee. A committee once they form a committee in
and
Nigeria,
Mr. Ngige will come and tongue-lash them.
Yes, you understand. Once they start forming committees, just know that you are in trouble. It's just to calm the frayed nerves. But I just pity the coming administration because they have a lot in their plate. And if the doctors are going to go on industrial action now, it means that they will have to start with negotiation immediately. That will be the first thing that they will start doing. And I think that is why Gbaja wants to put his neck into it, to see how they can tackle this, and it doesn't cause some kind of unruffle the incoming administration. Let them start on a clean note, and then they will see the books, what the outgoing government did not do well and what they can improve on. Because there's a lot. The doctors have been asking for so many things. And if you look at all the things they've been asking for, they are not something that government cannot do. You know, they are things that ordinarily a doctor should have for them to be able to perform their
other
work.
parts of the world,
Exactly.
They pay them well.
Yes,
Pay them well.
like payment of housemanship, for instance. You know, why can't you pay? You know, then even they have call duty allowance, shortfall. I remember they even had the last time but I met with them, they had a shortfall of about 2014, 2015, 2016 salary, you know, and even residency training allowance. All these things are to better these doctors for them to give us sound and qualitative health care. Because UNICEF have been complaining about the number of children that have died just for them to go to the hospital. If we start to realize statistics about what people go through when they go to the hospital and the mortality rates in Nigeria, you will weep for Nigeria. You know, but we just want to appeal to the government. If these doctors say that they want their own 40% increment, please and please, sit with them. Even if you can't meet them full way, meet them halfway and say, okay, we are increasing by 20%. So because I foresee something in future, Ayo, all these issues that you are seeing, the incoming administration will still face them. So it is better they start piling up the files of all this strike that has been going on left, right, and center, including ASU, COASU, Neopeng, all the strikes that we've experienced in the past either 4 or 8 years, and begin to look holistically how they can solve the problem. If not, when once it gets to 1 year, people will shout and say, oh, they've not given us salary increment. They've not done this or done that. They have to create another committee. Yes, they can create a committee or look at any yes, to look at all the strikes that have been suffering for years, and then begin to look for permanent solution so that they can start on a clean slate and begin to actualize their renewed hope.
Okay, look at now. Some people will say that doctors should not resolve, in using strike always because of the nature of their job and because of the sensitivity, the number of lives that we lose at the end of the day, the number of people that will die at the end of the day, that it should be the last resort.
Why? It's not only Nigeria that doctors go on strike. In the United Kingdom, recently, nurses, health workers were on strike. In France and so many other countries. So, why will you work with an empty stomach? No matter how patriotic. Yesterday was our day, Press Freedom Day. Why? If you know your belly, you will come to the studio, come perform. It's not possible.
This is overfed.
No, forget it. By the time AY go and hunger for 1 week, he go reduce this size. Forget them. So what am I saying? These people have relatives. They have dependents. The same school that your children are going to is the same school that their own children are going to. Do you understand what I mean? It's not just about them. And let us also put it, a doctor that is not in the right frame of mind cannot be able to perform his job.
We have a caller from Abuja. Ini is calling us from Abuja. Thank you for joining us, Ini.
Mr. Ayo, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Mr. Asoko, good evening.
Good evening.
And the chief of himself, CKN, good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome.
Yeah. Please, I want to ask, does our politicians, does they have conscience at all? That is the only question I'm going to ask them. Someone voted you. Now, people want to go on strike now. Everybody is quiet. I don't know. During the election, everybody was moving around. Now, doctors say they want to go on strike. I don't know. If I give KCN, we are looking up to you. Please speak to them. Speak to them, directly or indirectly. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you.
So, and also, my question is, let us even look at it. Where is the fund going to come from? That is another issue we are not looking at. Where are we? Because if they say they're going to have a 40% increase, where is the fund going to come from? We are borrowing. We are not servicing our debt. Our debt is increasing on a daily basis. We are not making enough money. Do you understand what I'm saying, AY? So I don't know whether they kept money somewhere.
Debt payment, the money we're using to pay debt
is even
bigger
more
than the revenue.
It's not even it's not even the money we're using to service the debt. Not even the debt itself. The accrued interest from the debts, we are almost using close to 90% of our resources. So when they say they are increasing, I hope it is not the promises that you just are making going to borrow money to pay this increment. So that we have to be able to look proper. That's why I say the government needs to come out clean. The Minister of Labour needs to talk. The Minister of Information needs to talk. The Minister of Health needs to talk. All the relevant agencies of government that are behind this are not talking. All we are just saying that brandishing figures, and you are saying this. Are you pushing it to the next government that is just, this government just have barely less than 30 days to go? So what are you talking? Why are you talking about increment in the wee hours of your living government? I think this is more a booby trap.
All right. The race for the speakership position of the 10th House of Representatives has taken a new turn. Members of the opposition caucus of the House have stepped up their plan to upstage the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, by fielding a candidate for the position of Speaker. The caucus, under the aegis of Greater Majority, resolved to field candidates for the positions of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the 10th National Assembly. The membership of the caucus is drawn from main opposition parties like the People's Democratic Party, Social Democratic Party, New Nigerian People's Party, Young People's Party, YPP, All Progressive, Grand Alliance, ABGA, and the Labour Party. Let's share the story by TVC News, Joke Adisa, with you.
With more than 180 members in the Ekiti, the 7 political parties making up the opposition in the next house say they are united for their common good and the good of the nation. The minority reps-elect have christened themselves the Greater Majority and say all they seek is the unification of Nigeria along ethno-religious lines.
We are committed to this unity, to this progress, to this understanding that we shall work together to deliver to Nigerians the dividends of democracy.
We are here to support this initiative. We are here to support the agenda. We are here to support the ideology of this group.
After an extensive meeting of over 3 hours, the legislators-elect set up a committee to scout for credible and acceptable candidates that will vie for the speakership and deputy speakership seats. In another development, House Leader Alazana Dodogwa is now officially in the race to succeed Gbajabiamila as Speaker at a well-attended news conference in Abuja. The legislator said he has paid his dues and it is time to reward his stewardship.
We will facilitate the development and implementation of citizen-centered collaboration, collaborative interface with other state and non-state actors on matters relating to the legislature. We will also provide strategic leadership for the development of the medium-term plan of Parliament.
The only female aspirant in the speakership race, however, caused a stir with her appearance at the Dogwa Declaration, but she says she does not do politics of bitterness.
I had to come and give him my support, and that's what a mother will do. And this will show Nigerians that I'm not just in the contest because I'm desperate. I am in it because I understand the diversity and the need for inclusivity.
The race to the exalted seat of Mr. Speaker promises to be an interesting one, with the array of members-elect that have signified interest. More interesting is the resolve of the minority caucus to partake in the exercise. But how well the aspiration of those high in the seat is managed will certainly go a long way to set an agenda for the 10th House of Representatives. Joke Adisa, TVC News, Abuja.
Well, immediately they finished the run-off elections that happened mid-March. Immediately I saw that statistics. I knew that, look, the All Progressive Congress not able to have a convincing majority in the House of Representatives might pose a big problem. If you look at the statistics for the Senate, they have like a comfortable lead.
Yes, exactly.
But for the House of Representatives, that's why the opposition within the House of Representatives are tagging, they've tagged themselves that greater majority. Definitely, they have the majority. If out of 360, with over 180 lawmakers, I'm sure my producer will be able to get down the breakdown so that we can get this thing.
Yeah, but I even have the breakdown. APC has 178 seats. PDP has about 118. Labour Party 35. NNPP 19. ABGA 5. SDP and ADC 2. And there are 2 seats. I think there are 2 seats that is still in contention, or 1 seat that is still in contention, either in Ondo or Akwa Ibom. They are still pending. So if you look at it, calling themselves greater majority is good to be ambitious. But once it comes to politics is a game of chess. There will be some people who will be with you, even deep down within them, some of them that are there. They know what they are looking for, Ayo. They are calling themselves greater majority. When it comes to real politicking, majority will turn to minority. In fact, they will even turn to members when it comes to real politicking. We are already seeing it already. There will be some people who will say, yes, we are with you, we are with you. But when the people who are talking politics are not, they are telling you good morning, but at night they know where they will go to, you won't be there. So I just pity those who are just entering into the house newly. They are moving them into the greater majority now. But as time goes on, by the time it gets to June 10, when they will start voting, that's when they will now know that, this thing that I've entered, this ship is not the kind of ship that I was thinking of. Even those who are in the parties that are calling themselves Puritan, they will see that politics is different from what they are saying, telling people outside. Honestly, Nigerian politics is different. It's not about what we are talking about. Those who are championing the greater majority are those who are they've been in the house for a very long time. So the only thing they need is try and bring other people. But I can tell you, members of this greater majority, I can tell you some, as I'm seeing the numbers, I can tell you that there are some people in PDP who, when the chips are down, they will vote for APC. There are some people in NNPP that will also vote for APC. There are some people in ABGA, SDP, or even ADC that will still vote. All the APC needs to do is to make sure that they have a credible candidate as a speaker. I've been hearing about zoning. The only undoing for APC will be if they zone wrongly or bring a speaker or a personnel that people might not appeal to, and then they will begin to have problems. But for the greater majority to say that they want to bring the speaker and then bring the deputy speaker, it will be very difficult, Ayo.
Here, we've seen this before, that the opposition, rallying together and upstaging the ruling party. Do you see this happening in the 10th Assembly?
It may happen. Anything can happen in politics. But what is going to happen is that this very 10th House of Representatives will be different from what we've had since 1999. And that is because for the first time, the minority party is going to be the majority party in the House of Representatives. And you can now ask yourself, what are the bargains? One, the minority party is going to have a more powerful bargaining power at every given opportunity in the House. Two, they are going to determine to a large extent who becomes the Speaker of the House, unlike before, where the ruling party can say, do decide whether you agree or not.
The APC might not be able to hold this.
Yes, so they will. Yes, even when you say the APC, not every member of that APC will vote for an APC candidate. forget it.
And I'm
you understand? They also have their own.
Oh, yes,
they have their own
interest.
interest.
I'm telling you that even the greater majority,
yes,
not everybody that is there that will
so,
also vote for them.
What is going to be is that for the first time, you are going to have a situation where the opposition parties members are going to have a larger say. We also have a say on who becomes. You might not be able to have they are about 180 thereabout, which means that it's a 360 member house. Maybe our producer will put this thing on the screen. It's supposed to be the House of Representatives is made of 360 members. So in the Senate is 109. So anybody that has 181 is in the majority, no matter how minute it is. Understand? So those are the situations. Then the issue there is also that anybody who also, when even the House now finally reconvene, which is where I'm going to, when there are going to be issues, there are going to be bills, there is going to be motions and the rest of them. Before where the ruling party will think, oh, we have the majority, we are going to rule on this. If and they force the minority to just keep quiet or force them to walk away, which they normally do most of the time when they couldn't have, they won't be having their way again. If members of the opposition decide to be attending preliminaries every time, they are in the majority. You understand what I mean? So it is going to be a very, very wonderful thing. But let's see how it's going to be. It depends on, and I agree with Asoko, it depends on APC, how he plays his game.
Now, with the entry of Adodogwa, the majority leader to the race of the House of Representatives, you saw the drama that played out in Rivers State yesterday, and you saw the body language. And looking at it, the way, do you see the House of Rep going the same way the Senate might have gone? Because from what I read yesterday, it's like a done deal.
I think for the Senate, they will find a way to manage the situation in the Senate. The House of Rep is where there will be a little bit of challenge. And that is why I'm saying that the APC has to play its cards very well in terms of who they want to bring out as a candidate and the zone that person will be coming from. Because right now, if from what we saw yesterday, if you notice, we saw a south-south and a north-west. Okay? And then Dogowa is not from the northwest. So APC has to sit down to look at it. Nigerians want a piece of every Nigerian region.
Inclusivity.
They want to be carried along one way or the other. Okay? So, and nobody wants to be left behind. So you can't say, oh, because I gave the majority, whatever, votes, then I have to always be at the top. No. Other zones also have to be part of it. So they'll be looking at, APC has to sit down. He said I've not heard them saying anything about zoning. But they can do that in their little corner and then decide. Everybody that wants to be speaker, everybody that wants to be Senate President Ayo, they are looking for something. So it's just for them to sit down and begin to negotiate and make sure that there's no crisis. Because just like ZK said, it will be very dangerous for the greater majority to take the House, particularly in the government of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, because they won't want to go to what happened during Buhari's time, where they had an opposition, or even a member of their party who was an opposition. So, and we don't want anything that will stall governance. We want something that at least there will be debates. People will be able to analyze. Let people be at home to know why the House of Rep or the Senate is trying to stop a particular bill or a particular policy from taking shape. So I want that kind of a thing, not what we want to see at this period.
Once again, when you look at the configuration of the Ninth Assembly and both the Senate and the House of Representatives, and they are winding down now, will you say, can you give them a pass back for what they've done so far?
To a large extent, the Speaker of the House, let's take it individually. Yeah. Before I take the House, the Speaker of the House, Gbajabiamila, has done well.
Very well.
Whenever I say it, people say, oh, it's again. it's because he's an Igbobian like you. It's not because he's an Igbobian. It has nothing to do with Igbobi College. His performance has been good. You've seen even the issue of the resident doctors, the way he's in. Pick up any particular issue of national interest that you not see Femi Gbajabiamila being part of it. Is it diaspora issues? Is it education? Is it labor? Is it education? Name it. He, as an individual, has been exemplary. And if not for our kind of zoning and no zoning systems, someone like him is someone that I would just equate to like someone like Pelosi in the U.S.
To just stay.
Yes, to stay.
I'm talking of personally.
Yes.
My personal opinion. Because it has gone beyond just zoning for me. Competence must come to the table. If we must get it right. So I don't see him retaining the seat of speaker. I don't know except so he can't even buy. It's the same state, he's from the same state with the president. So definitely he's a bet. He has done excellently well. Then when you come to the house, the way and manner, you know, the House of Assembly, the House of Representatives is always the radical house of the two chambers. We take the Senate as a much more matured, robust. So, but those members of they are made of young intellectuals with serious capacity and capability to be able to perform. And that is why you see them on issues of national interest. They are always. So I will say yes, relatively, because of the kind of leadership they have, fine. I may not say same of the Senate. The Senate also did well to a large extent, but I will not say same because with vigor with which the House of Representatives, that was not totally matched with the Senate. But when you put the two together, you can say, well, some of the laws that were passed, because they are, let us look at it. The primary responsibility of the National Assembly and legislature is to pass law. That is what you use to be able to engage them. If you look at some of the laws they passed, just recently the president, they passed law, and the president signed about 19 of it, out of about 30-something. Good enough, fine. That might not be all. But on issues of national interest, I will see the Senate a bit weakened. And most especially is the acronym of the stamping everything that the president does. That is not legislation. That is not legislation. Because theirs is to be able to place some kind of oversight on the executive. Yes, we have a separation of power. But the duty of the legislature, apart from lawmaking, is to be an oversight. Have they been able to perform their primary responsibility to me, to a large extent, they were not able to do that. So,
yeah, because we just, for the Senate, we just noticed that they turned themselves into a rubber stamp. Everything that the president thinks there. We are not talking about party this time. At least let's have a debate. Let's see that intensity of debate in the Senate, whereby people will now know that, okay, not that the Senate president or the senators there are against the government, but at least why they should debate why those policies, why the president actually wants those policies in place.
All right. We'll take this breather. When we come back, we'll talk more. It's still Journalist Hangout. We'll be right back after this time out.
Solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Now that Nigeria's next president has been decided at the poll on February 25, attention is shifted to May 29 Inauguration Day, the commencement of a new 4-year tenure of Nigeria's 16th president since 1960, when the country gained independence. It's going to be the 7th inauguration ceremony since the beginning of the 4th Republic in 1999, and President-elect Bola Tinubu and Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima will take the oath of office. Join me, Nifebi Ogutoye, every weekday on TVC News for the countdown to the historic May 29 Inauguration Day, as we bring you all updates, political intrigues, and in-depth analysis of people and events that you need to know. The countdown to May 29 Inauguration Day, live at 6 p.m. every weekday, only on TVC News.
Coming up in the month of May, the 1st is International Workers' Day. The 3rd is World Press Freedom Day. On the 5th is the 13th anniversary of President Yar'Adua's demise in 2010. While from 12th to 16th of May are days dedicated as United Nations Global Road Safety Week. The 16th of May is International Day of the Boy Child. World Hypertension Day is on the 17th. And on the 27th is Children's Day. 29th of May is Nigeria's Inauguration Day, the commencement of a new 4-year tenure of another administration. On the 31st is World No Tobacco Day. Brace yourself and tune in to TVC News for special reports and analyses on these days.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Thank you for staying with us. War is never the solution to disagreements, as it directly or indirectly affects all parties involved. The ongoing war in Sudan comes to mind. Some Nigerian students airlifted from the war-torn Sudan have shared their experiences. Some female students stated that they were sexually harassed and became so broke that they started picking things from shops and ran away. One of such female students told newsmen on the arrival at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, that they faced humiliation and slept in the open. A male student noted that the situation was so bad that they even had to pay money before they were allowed to urinate. Sikian, bad situation.
Yes, bad situation.
Terrible.
Yes, terrible. But we shouldn't forget something. It was a war situation. And other war situation, anything can happen. Why? It is only anybody that is involved or within the crossfire will understand. And most especially, you look at it from the point that, first and foremost, most of them should be grateful that they were able to make it out of Sudan alive. Lives were lost. That, to me, is the greatest part. It is just a turning point for them. But we should also ask ourselves, do we, as a people and as a government, drop the ball when it comes to ameliorating and taking care of the basic needs of the citizens, as other countries did? Nigeria is not the only country that lifted its people from Sudan. US, I saw those of South Africa when they returned, and the kind of heroic and this thing that they were given, and how they were channeled. I saw those that returned, that were picked with ship and returned to Saudi Arabia. I saw them. I saw those of other countries. Let's also even talk of Africa. They returned, some of them returned in so much dignity. But ours was a more than harrowing experience that even some of the students or people realized that, in fact, the experience that they had crossing over from Sudan was more than they could have had while they were in Sudan. One, some of them were stuck in the desert for some days because of the disagreement between our government and the drivers that were hired to ferry them to Egypt. You remember that vividly. No. They were in the cold in the desert. Then, on getting to Egypt, those that tried to rest, they were traumatized, and they were not able to cross into Egypt for days. They were at a point. That means that for the days they were at that point, they did not even have their bath. Some of them didn't eat. They were hungry. They were not clothed, and the rest of them. It took a phone call from our president to the president of Egypt for him to be able to give some kind of leave for us to be able to pass. But so many other citizens of other countries were allowed to pass through that border. And the question you ask yourself, what is the problem? What is the problem with being a Nigerian? What is the problem with carrying that green card or green passport? It's not only, even under conventional, you travel. I've said it time and time on this program, some of the hiring experience, some of us have just carried that green passport. Somebody as much as the Nobel laureate was harassed, embarrassed at that level. That the point you remember vividly when he said he would never travel, was it to US or something again? So that is the point. I think it's high time. I still believe, as a student of international politics, I don't think we are playing politics the way it should be. We are not playing international politics. There was a time where Nigeria was seen, at least within the African nation, as a rising point to which other African countries look up for. That is where we got the Big Brother slogan. But now, every African country, I'm just talking of Africa now, we look at Nigeria straight in the eyes and they will not blink. We've had issues in South Africa, we had issues in Ghana, we had issues in so many other African countries that they look at Nigerians, I don't know why. And that is what we need. So, but good enough, our people are being lifted. We are looking at lifting about 5,000 students. And I will continue to say that we don't have only 5,000 students in Sudan. We have millions and millions of, I said it the last time I was here, somebody was trying to do, but that is a fact. Go and do your research. We have millions and millions of Nigerians. So it is not just lifting 5,000 students is not solving our problem. The problem is how do we be able to move most of our country people, countrymen and women who find themselves in the theater of war now and be able to make sure that they come back home safely.
What do you think it was difficult for us to navigate through Egypt?
Well, I think the ministry officials did not do their own work very well. In terms of communication, I think it was just a communication breakdown. Because it's simple. When once there's a war situation, it is the ministry officials that will make sure that they move immediately. We have an embassy in Egypt. So what was the
picture CKM painted now? It's just like as if...
Yes, of course. Because even when the thing started, that is when communication would have started. We have Egypt, we have Ethiopia, we have Chad. Around Sudan.
We even have Southern Sudan.
Even Southern Sudan.
Which is not at war.
Which is not at war.
We could have just moved our
So we could have just said, okay, fine. How do we talk to these people in case in first week, second week, when the thing was getting out of hand, they would have started talking to all the ambassadors there, talk to the government that is involved, and then begin to see the easiest routes for them. So how were Americans, how did they move their citizens out? We just make sure that when things are getting out of hand, we'll now begin to say, oh, now everybody wants to take praises for bringing people back. It is though you that should have done that earlier. We should have done it earlier. Go to Egypt. If we need the minister to go to Egypt, the minister should have gone and not wait for Abike Dabiri to be doing the talking and getting the bashing. We have a minister. He should have been the one. In fact, every day, he should have been briefing Nigerians on how or the effort they are making to bring Nigerians back. And the effort that they have made with the Egyptians. Not traveling, when people travel to Egypt, at the end of the day, they are facing this, paying $50 for you to urinate. It's some of the sound bites that we got. Yes. One of the ladies said she spent $50 to urinate.
That's 1 month minimum wage.
You understand?
Yes. 1 month minimum wage.
Salary. You understand? That's right. 1 month just to urinate. And once you are pressed, you are pressed. And driving from Sudan to Egypt is not that you are saying from Lagos to Ibadan. Most of them, their legs are already swollen because you can't sit in a bus. The problem is you can't stop. You have to keep driving and driving until you get to Egypt. We are thankful that they are back, but the government has to, their processes of trying to evacuate Nigerians for war situations has to be a proactive and faster, so that Nigerians will not lose hope. Because some of them, we are even saying that, okay, fine, we are back. We thank God that we are back. Like a lady, she said she has been in Sudan for 18 years. So, and there are some of them who are back. These are students. There are some out of the 5,000 who were even born in Sudan, but they are Nigerian nationals. So those ones that will be coming now, it's like they have left everything that they have in Sudan and they are coming to Nigeria. So if they are coming to Nigeria, it means that the government has to find a way to help them. For them to be able to get back to their to their lives again. Because they are leaving everything. I heard they gave them 100,000.
No, $100.
100,000 naira or whatever.
$100.
$100 for them to go. What will they do? After, in fact, by the time anybody gets home, the $100 is over. Because by the time you change it, it's gone. So they need to reintegrate these people and find a way I don't know. We just have to find our processes right.
I don't know. It was just going through my mind that why will Nigerians leave Nigeria and go to Sudan to study? So I found out that, maybe some they go there for the purpose of Islamic studies and they have, good schools and everything. Why can't we set up facilities like that in our own country? Why do you have to go to Khartoum before you get...
the world has become a global village. You can as well ask yourself, why is an American in Sudan? There are many Americans. Yes. Saudi Arabia is far richer than every country in Africa. But Saudi Arabians are in Sudan. British were there. French were there. South Africans were there.
The number of students we have in their universities.
Yes. So that in itself, I don't know.
And some of them will also give birth, stay there and all that.
Yes. The issue we should be asking, personally.
Why don't we have them in our own universities?
Well, we used to have them.
We have some. It's not as the number we're
things are
5,000 Sudanese in Nigerian universities.
That was the time we were having Ghanaians in Nigeria. Are you forgetting? They were here. Okay? So Ghanaians were here. Some other Africans, in fact, at a point, we were giving scholarship to so many African countries to study in Nigeria. Especially those from the southern African countries during the time of apartheid. Exactly. You remember vividly. So it is what it is. People will always move for greener pasture from this. Some of them left here to go to Europe. But they couldn't find themselves in Europe, through those normal routes and rest of them. They decided to come back. We're talking of nationals. I just finished from Lee City University, where I read law. There are some nationals that are not Nigerians in the Lee City University. Do you understand? The same thing in so many other universities. So that is what happens. But what I'm saying is, but I think we can be more proactive, and that is where I'm going to. As we have it now, we don't have an response emergency squad to be able to handle issues of this nature. You know why? We dropped the ball during the Ukraine-Russian war. We dropped the ball. Yes, we didn't learn any lesson. We dropped the ball during the xenophobic attacks in South Africa. We dropped the ball during the attacks in Ghana. It happened in Ethiopia and so many others. What I personally would suggest, probably to the incoming government, is that we should have a unit. What I will call, not the type of rapid response squad that they have in Sudan, no. Our own idea of a rapid response squad, specifically tailored towards rescuing and be able to take care of our nationals outside the shores of Nigeria, so that we don't go through the bureaucracy that we are going through. Every time we are having trouble, we have to run to the president, we have to run to the National Assembly to look for money, so we have to start begging. Yes, I have to call the central bank governor to release what they release the money. The whole money is not released. No, there should be a squad, sort of. That once it happens, already what to do. And you move.
Yakub is calling us. Thank you for staying with us, Jakub.
Yeah, good evening. And then good evening to the two gentlemen. Good evening, sir. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this kind of mess. I call it mess in the sense that we have some other nationality in that particular country. As you rightly said earlier, the country, they stand up for them and then they make sure that they evacuate them in time. So the question is that why is it that Nigeria always wait until the late hour before they can attempt to such things? And then by me saying this, we have a minister of humanitarian or something. And is it the one in charge of giving them $100 higher? In this kind of economic we are in this country, somebody that's been in Sudan for almost 15 or 13 years, left everything behind and then come to his country, and then you give it on him $100. What is $100 going to do? Even with our in Nigeria, we could need $100. Thank you. It's for somebody that's been.
I'm not the one that gives.
It's
just for them to at least get back to
transport yourself.
Where we on it? Why on it? Let us also try to thank some individuals and
Yeah,
companies that are
because
doing
I heard Dangote
APC,
Chief
I
Alan
always ask
Oyema.
what Alex Oyema, the chairman of APC, for what he has been. This is not the first time. And according to us, is he the only one that owns airline in Nigeria? There's something about that man with his kind of kid. Yes, that is. We've had MTN is also giving them certain stuff. Then we also have Dangote is also doing something. I think more Nigerians can also come. But that also depends on coordination. The fact is that our government are not looking beyond the picture. It is not just about government or government. We can also bring in the private sector to partner with government. That is why I say we must have a holistic look, committee, whatever that is put in place. Ayo, this is not going to be the last time we're going to have crisis. Nobody knew that Sudan would just blow up just like that. Sudan used to be, the problem with Sudan used to be between the South and Sudan, and after the split, we had it. You'll be shocked that tomorrow it could be any other country. We should be able to know how to play international politics and have to be able to take care of our citizens across the globe.
How do we better the lot of that green passports, as in our passports? Anywhere we take it.
Do you know what our foreign policy is? We don't have a foreign policy. If you ask them, because I read international law and diplomacy, and sometimes I wonder, do we have a foreign policy?
We used to have.
We used to have. Then it used to be about Africa.
We used to have.
But
Africa used to be the
centerpiece of Nigeria. But now, I think it's time for us to begin to look at foreign policy from our own, then to the international world. Because by the time we do that, that green passport will have a sense of belonging.
America for America.
Yes,
you remember that
is it.
America for America.
So if we begin to say Nigeria for Nigeria, anybody, anywhere, anybody that wants to, trample on any Nigerian, and we go all out and make sure that we also deal with that country, that is when people will begin to respect the green passport. But we don't have a foreign policy. I'm not sure that any government is even thinking about it. But this is a new government, this is a new administration. They should begin to think about a foreign policy that will be for Nigeria and everywhere, anything Nigeria. Whether you are in Sudan, you are anywhere, but that green passport, as long as you have the green passport, people should be able to respect you. So it should be Nigeria first and no other country.
Okay, let me talk to Sule Yao Sule, our friend from Kano. Thank you for joining us, Sule. Hello, Sule. Wow. Sule, are you there? Oh, Sule, I think they're having problems.
Yes, AY. We used to have the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs.
Yes.
I say we used to have. You say we have. When last did you hear from NIA?
They are trying to refurbish.
When last did you hear from
coming up.
The days of Professor Okusoya? I think that is his name, and the rest of them.
And one, the last Professor Akiteri.
That is it. Yes. Remember, that's supposed to be the think tank of formulation of policies,
even
international policies.
Professor George, the late George
Obiozor. Yes. That was. But what do you have now? When our leaders want to talk, they go to that one in London. What's that one in London? That everybody remember that? Where's it?
Chatham
House. That is our own Chatham House. Our Chatham House, nobody is looking at it. We have to have a news. And we're just saying, so we have dropped the ball so much that we hope that, and we continue talking about the incoming government, we'll be able to have a look at this thing holistically, so we can take us back to where we used to be, so that Nigerians can be respected anywhere they find themselves.
Yes.
Anywhere. Wherever you present that passport, it should be seen as a symbol of nationality, and it should be respected.
Chris Kendewandu, I want to thank you for your contribution.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for your contribution. And that's our offering now. Join us tomorrow for another edition of the program. You can watch the repeat broadcast tonight at 11 p.m. Join us this Sunday for Journalist Hangout on Sunday from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. We're on YouTube, youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I'm Ayodele Osubaku. Bye for now. See you.
Following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. Do you struggle with having an active and healthy lifestyle due to your busy schedule? Do you find it difficult to make it to the gym? You want to improve your overall health, but don't know where and how to start? Medical experts agree that walking, running, and jogging are amongst the best ways to stay fit and enjoy a great active and healthy lifestyle. What if there was a convenient and affordable way to improve your health, improve your mood, and lose weight right in your own home? Introducing the SportX Digital Compact Treadmill, the compact foldable treadmill that makes being active and losing weight fast and easy. Just unfold it and walk, jog, or run while you watch your favorite programs on TV. And when you're done, just fold it and store it away. Now that's convenience. The secret is its advanced design that houses a 1-horsepower motor that is twice the size of most treadmills, packed into a nice compact unit, powering every step you take. You get the SportX Digital Compact Treadmill System complete with a rugged commercial-grade ultra-durable traction belt, large LCD multifunctional display that displays speed, time, distance, calories, and has 12 different exercise programs, as well as a magnetic safety key for added security.
The SportX treadmill has really helped me get back in shape after childbirth. I love it because it's compact and can fit anywhere in the house. And when I'm done, I fold and put it away. Easy peasy.
This is the best piece of equipment for people like me who want to stay active without leaving the home. I simply unfold it and use it while I watch my favorite program on.
It was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Every week, Green Angle, in partnership with Wild Aid, will bring you a documentary series on environmental issues affecting Nigeria's amazing biodiversity, from climate change, air pollution, and wildlife conservation. We will be traveling across Nigeria to give you on-the-ground report of the issues affecting our environment. It airs every Saturday at 4:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
So, all in favor say aye. Those against me, the ayes have it.
What do you know about the legislature, its role in governance, and as one of the 3 arms of government? Lagos Parliament is here to bring it to you as it is. Here to bring you every detail you need to know about the legislature in Africa's most populous city. On Lagos Parliament, you get a chance to meet the lawmaker of the week. Events are critically reviewed. You can also observe plenary in Yoruba language. I am Abimbola Agbebi. Join me every Friday at 9 p.m. as I take you through the activities of the legislature.
It's 25 days to the inauguration of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as the 16th President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the countdown is on. Thanks for joining us on the program. You can follow us on all of our social media handles. Remember to use the hashtag Inauguration Day. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. Now, in continuation of his 2-day visit to Rivers State, the President-elect today inaugurated the Magistrates Court Complex in Port Harcourt, where he said the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable, while assuring that as president, he will be fair to all. Governor Wike also named a block in the newly inaugurated Justice Iche Ondo Magistrate Court Complex after his wife, Justice Eberechi Nyesom Wike.
This is the way to fight corruption. You don't expect your judges, and you have been contributing very well to this. You don't expect your judges to live in squalor, to operate in squalor, to dispense justice in squalor. This is part of the changes that is necessary in our policy think tank. We must fight corruption, and we definitely must look at the other side of the coin. I promise you, we are going to review all of this in a policy think tank. Whatever you say about owing or no owing, I am personally grateful to the man who brought me here. He didn't ask for a personal commitment. He asked for a policy commitment, which an incoming president has no authority to offer and approve. There can only be one president at a time. The unity of this country is not negotiable. That's what is Wiki and I are promoting jointly. I promise I'll be fair to all.
Why did we name this place after Justice Indo? During his tenure as a chief judge, he did very, very well. He did very, very well. In fact, that was the period, as at that time, I was the chief of staff. You see a chief judge coming with dignity. You can't believe it. A chief judge will arrive, you know that this is a chief judge. And then we felt like, look, Nice is alive. Let us remember that he has done his own work. And that's why we have to name this complex as Justice Iche Wenenda Ndo, retired Magistrate Court Complex. And then the last block, me, I will not go empty-handed. Every day, Wiki, you are generous, you are generous. If me, I'm generous to myself, is it bad? So, as I'm leaving, let me also name that one after my wife. So that will be named, so that at least me, I have a name somewhere. You see Justice Suzette Eberechi Nyeson Wiki. What matters to me is Nyeson Wiki. So my name is there. So that block is for my dear wife.
Well, we may not have a funnier governor. Interesting development there in Rivers State. Quite historic. The president-elect's very first official visit was to an opposition state, and a lot has now been said about the inter-political relationship that we're seeing just a few days to Inauguration Day. And you saw the president-elect there clearing the air on the statement he made yesterday about not owing anyone, not being indebted to anyone. He was saying that the request by the Rivers State governor wasn't a personal one, but a policy request, and that it's beyond his power as president-elect. But that wasn't only the highlight of his visit today. In what appeared a dramatic version, the president-elect was also on a peace mission as he brought two political foes to exchange a warm handshake with each other. TVC News captured Governor Nyesom Wike and the SDP governorship candidate Magnus Abe in the last election shake hands at the Port Harcourt International Airport, with the president-elect appearing to broker some peace there. Well, there's also still the position of the APC in Rivers State saying that it's not aware of Asiwaju's visit to that part of the country. So there seem to be three different stakeholders in the last election who are aligned with the president-elect. There's the outgoing governor who who hosted Ashiwaju earlier today. There is Magnus Abbey of the SDP, and there's also the APC in that state. Interesting, and we'll follow up on the developments in that regard. But let's begin tonight with a chronology of Nigeria's past presidents and head of states. Nnamdi Azikiwe is the first ceremonial president who served during the First Republic, and he became Governor General on 16th November 1960 with Abubakar Tafawa Balewa as Prime Minister, and perhaps becoming the first Nigerian named to the Privy Council of the United Kingdom. He and his civilian colleagues were removed from office on January 15, 1966 as a result of a military coup. Next would be Aguinu Rossi, who inherited what now turned out to be a country that was deeply fractured by its ethnic and religious cleavages during a short regime which lasted for only about 194 days. He promulgated a raft of decrees. Among them were the Constitution Suspension and Amendment Decree Number 1, which suspended most articles of the Constitution, though he left intact some sections that dealt with fundamental human rights, the freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and conscience. Number 3 on that list is Yakubu Gowon. In July 1966, he became Nigeria's youngest military chief of staff at the age of 31 because a military coup by a group of junior officers under Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzegu led to the overthrow of Nigeria's civilian government. That's 3 out of the 15 presidents and head of states that we've had since 1960. We're counting down to the inauguration of the 16th president. And on the show today, we'll be looking at leadership in Nigeria in the past 6 decades. I'll be joined by lawyer and human rights activist Abbas Ahmed after this break. Stay with us. With 15 presidents and head of state in the past 6 decades, how has Nigeria fared after independence? I'm joined now by lawyer and human rights activist Abbas Ahmed on the countdown. Thank you for joining us on the program this evening. You know, the issue of whether or not Nigeria is divided along ethnic and religious lines is still a relevant conversation, and it's been further pronounced by the recent election. The question would be, how did this linger for 62 years with 15 presidents and heads of state in between? What did we miss? Mr. Ahmed, if you can hear me, I'm asking that how... Yes, exactly. If you can hear me, please just go ahead.
That why are we this divided and fractured along ethnic lines?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think from my own perspective as a student of Nigeria's history, the reason why we find ourselves in a nation that is so blessed with both material and human capital is simply because our leaders have failed us one way or the other. That's just simple. I mean, that's how simple I can put it. Failure of leadership.
Are you saying... Are you saying, Mr. Abbas, that Nigeria has consistently, in the past 62 years, have leaders who, did not meet up with expectations?
Sardauna, Tafawa Balewa, Shehu Shagari, Alese Kweme, they were brilliant leaders. They went into government. They were not corrupt, never stole money because there's no record that they stole money. They did their best. But with the exception of these few, the rest have actually seen the corridors of power as an opportunity to accumulate wealth and use state, the state.
To that conversation in the course of this program, and also follow up with
for extracting.
Mr. Abbas, we lost you for a minute, but I guess you were talking about how the good leaders were a function of exception.
Yeah, they were exception rather than the rule. It was supposed to be a general rule that good leaders will constantly emerge and drive development. Those good leaders come in accidentally. And so Nigeria has actually experienced more of bad leadership than good leadership. And so every ethnic group is clamoring for their persons to be there because they simply believe that until someone from my tribe becomes the president, I'm not sure that there will be development. When you say the presidency, for example, in all the states, whether for governorship, for House of Rep, House of Assembly, you constantly see people clamoring for it is the turn of the North Senatorial District. It is the turn of the Northwest. It is the turn of Southeast. It is the turn of Southwest. It is even within Southwest. You will see people clamoring. It is the turn of the Jebus. It is the turn of the Ebas and things like that. So it's a failure of leadership. It's a failure of leadership. That's why we find ourselves here. If the leaders are led very well and everybody is experiencing development, nobody will be clamoring for insisting that they want their person, a leader from their tribe or their ethnic group to be the leader. We must be very honest with ourselves.
But how come,
we've not had...
Just a minute, how come our system has not evolved in such a way that it automatically ejects bad leaders? How come we're still counting on individuals to make it work?
The reason is not far-fetched. You see, a nation must allow their political structure and institution to evolve. Now, when we were going into independence, we had the Independent Constitution of 1960. After test running the Constitution of 1960, the frontline leaders, the Obafemi Awolowos, the Azikiwes, the Sardaunas, the Ahmadu Bellos, came to the realization that a society that consists of several ethnic and multi-religious entities should be governed under a federal structure. And we adopted the American federal structure, regionalism, that people should develop at their own pace. So we had the 1963 Constitution, that institutionalized regionalism, allowing people to evolve at their own pace. And if you look at what transpired, parents were being threatened to be jailed for not sending their children to school because there was no reason. The school was free. You were not paying. All you were required to do is register your children.
I have heard that argument that at the time it was easy for the region to develop at their own pace. But I would like us to just quickly consider the role you think military has played in all of this, since, for instance, the military interruption in 1966.
That's why I'm going. That
yes.
See, when the military intervened in 1960, they disrupted and distorted this political structure, this regionalism that was put in place by the leaders, having interrogated the constituent components, parts they were able to interrogate and came to the conclusion that if we are to develop, each region should go should do things convenient for them. Then the issue of foreign affairs, defense, monetary policy should be centralized. And when regionalism was there, what the regions were expected to do was to contribute to the maintenance of the federal structure, for maintenance of our foreign affairs, monetary policies, defense, and all the rest of them. But when the military came, they disrupted everything, centralized everything. So now we are actually running a distorted federalism.
I hear you.
And the honest truth is that except you go back to restructure and allow people to have confidence and being able, because the way and manner we hold the president responsible for virtually everything that happens in one village in Anambra and in Ogun State, one remote area, everybody is calling the president because the president's table, the exclusive list, is too loaded.
There is the perception that Nigeria has been led mostly by people from the military stock, except for, say, Shehu Shagari, who was a teacher. There was Ernest Shoneko, a lawyer, and then more recently, Umar Yar'Adua and Goodluck Jonathan. And this is perhaps the first election where none of the top contenders have a significant military background. It's also the first time we have two senators as president and vice president-elect. Do you think this will significantly change anything in terms of, say, democratic values, human rights, and the rule of law?
As a human being, you must constantly, and as a nation, you must constantly invite optimism as a virtue. Because the capacity and the capability of the human race to constantly surmount the most horrendous challenge is phenomenal. There is absolutely nothing impossible with strong political will, with a team that is visionary enough to harness the collective intelligence, the resilience, the passion, the dexterity of the Nigerian people. There is absolutely nothing. If the leadership is honest and truthful, selfless, because most of the challenge we have in Nigeria today, you have leaders who see public office as an opportunity to line their pockets, whether at the legislative level, whether at the executive level. Vast majority of those we have had in the time past were people who saw politics as business. If these ones that have been elected will decide to shun corruption and use the resources of the state to expand economic opportunities, reinvest our resources in expanding the economic opportunities within Nigeria, and develop the economy to the extent that Nigerians will feel the impact of government, then they would have done very well. Because I often tell people, the problem we have in Nigeria is like having a pilot that you contracted to fly you from Lagos to Abuja. And he ended up flying you into Sambisa forest and insisting and convincing you at gunpoint that you should admit that Sambisa forest is actually Abuja. The leadership will constantly roll out, figures, facts and figures as to how the economy is developing, how the people are being, how the people are recipients of the dividends of democracy, their life is getting better, and the people are looking right, left, and center and say, how? And the leadership is trying to convince the people that your life is better off. When you actually develop an economy and a state and a nation, you govern them effectively. You do not need propaganda. They will know of their own accord. They will testify. The mechanic on the street will be able to testify. The market woman will be able to testify. But if you reel out figures,
based on what they have experienced,
that does not have direct impact on the life of the people, then you will be finding it very difficult to convince the people.
I get your point very clearly, Mr. Abbas. There are some who have also highlighted the issue of unity as key for the incoming administration. But I'd like us to just quickly consider the unwritten agreement of power rotation between the North and South, which was the bone of contention pre-election. We saw how it fractured the major opposition party, the PDP. Do you share the same optimism when you consider what has happened? Do you think it's a plus and an improvement for the nation that perhaps when you see stakeholders across board who stood for this position, is it proof that the days of shared nepotism, are gradually behind us?
See, power rotation, federal character, they are all symptoms of an underdeveloped economy and an underdeveloped states. I want to ask you, which of these politicians, when they get to the airport and they're about to board the plane, how many of them have taken time to find out whether the pilot is actually from their locality, their ethnic group? When they send their children or wife to hospitals, how many times have they actually insisted on finding out whether the medical doctor or the gynecologist in that is going to attend to their wife is actually from their village or their ethnic group? You don't find it. But when it comes to politics, everybody insists it is rotation. It's the reason why people are clamoring. The reason why people are clamoring for we want rotation is simply that people did not feel the impact of government very well.
You're saying that all government has to do now is to perform, and then the issue of ethnicity will not be a thing. I'm afraid that's all the time we have, Mr. Abbas. We'll definitely find time to continue this conversation.
Let them perform. Once they perform, that's all.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. Lawyer and human rights activist, Ahmed Abbas. Well, that's our show this evening. Thanks for being a part of it. We're back tomorrow at 6 p.m. with more. You can watch a repeat at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. Stay with the TVC News.
Lagos is the most visited state in Africa as the 5th largest economy on the continent. Covering the state and its government is no mean feat, it's a busy beat. We go beyond the curtain of tapes to traveling far into the deep.
I want to thank the Lagos state government for the healthcare facility.
To bring stories that cut across all spectrums.
A greater Lagos shall be ours.
We tell you stories that define our collective well-being as Lagosians. I'm Adedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. We tell the news from every perspective. covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch. Politics is defined as getting what, where, when, and how. But in the mix, many things come to play to shape the political fortune of any country.
Honorable Minister, that's how you misinform the public.
From the political actors to the electorate, campaign to voting, from debates to policy decisions, big events happen to engage us in constant conversation.
That's what we're looking for. Not some people who are talking about ethnicity. No.
Who is on your mind?
Don't worry.
Join me every day on Politics Tonight, where we dissect issues that shape our political destiny. Politics Tonight, weekdays on TVC News.
Join me, Precious Amayo, as I bring you news from the epicenter, where it happens and when it happens, staying on top of every breaking story, minute by minute, right at the hour where the city gets busy and just before it sleeps. We're live from every angle with objective insight and analysis. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thank you for joining us on today's episode of Tax Matters. Brand new month, brand new episode. May 2023 is a unique month, and it is the month that we have been looking forward to, being the month that will witness the change of guards at the presidency and at governorship levels in about 30 states of the Federation. This comes once in 4 years. It is our hope that the new administration at federal and state levels will usher in the development that we all yearn for. And talking about development, science and technology have for long been the foundation upon which modern societies have been built and are being built. The National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure was established in 1992 by the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure Act, CAP N3, LFN 2004 as amended. The agency's mandate is to create an enabling, knowledge-driven environment for local mass production of standard parts, goods and services required for the nation's science and technology advancement. One of the ways in which the agency is to be funded is through the collection of a levy of 0.25% of the turnover of commercial companies. What we are doing today is to bring our viewers up to speed with regard to the provisions of the Naseni Act concerning the Naseni levy, consequent upon the recent directive of President Muhammadu Buhari. Based on the provisions of the law, the Naseni levy applies to companies with turnover of 100 million naira and above. Furthermore, the Act provides that all contributions made to the fund shall be deductible against companies' income tax. Although the law has been effective since 1992, there has been little awareness of its existence. Taxpayers were unaware of any obligation to pay the Naseni levy. President Muhammadu Buhari on 24 January 2021 directed the FRS to collect the statutory levy applicable under
the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI Act. On the 1st of September 2022, the FRS issued an information circular for the administration of the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure levy. The NASENI Act provides for the imposition of a levy on certain commercial companies and firms in Nigeria. The levy shall be credited to the fund established under the Act. Section 20, subsection 2b provides as follows. There shall be paid and credited to the fund levy on the profit before tax of commercial companies and firms with turnover of 100 million naira and above, covering the banking, mobile telecommunications, ICT, aviation, maritime, oil and gas sectors, which shall be at the rate of 0.25% of profit before tax, collected by the FRS and credited to the account of the agency. The effective date for the implementation of this new provision shall be 1st January 2022. This implies that NASENI levy shall be chargeable on the profit before tax of 2021 financial statements of the commercial companies and firms liable to the levy for the 2022 year of assessment. NASENI levy returns shall be filed with the income tax returns in accordance with the provisions of CITA relating to time of filing. A self-assessment filer shall pay the levy on or before the due date of filing. NASENI levy, 0.25% of profit before tax of companies with turnover above 100 million naira per annum. Little drops of water make a mighty ocean. All these minor levies come together to provide the resources required by government to make Nigeria better. There are, however, other innovations that have been put in place to provide these much needed resources. In 2019, the government of President Muhammadu Buhari came up with a novel idea of the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme, Executive Order 007, with companies liable to companies' income tax to pay in advance the taxes due to them. Wonderful things have come out of that scheme. Our next feature is an attestation to this.
Alhaji Lapai tells us that commercial driving is a lucrative trade, but the condition of the road one plies is a great determinant for success. Prior to the ongoing reconstruction work on the Abuja-Mina Road, under the Road Infrastructure Development and Refurbishment Investment Tax Credit Scheme of the federal government, the road was a nightmare for motorists.
Honestly, any journey you make, when you go first trip, you have to overhaul your car. Coming back, you have to overhaul your car.
Before, the road is very, very bad when you are making us to lose from many things, because we are having a lot of accidents, and then our vehicle, everything, tires, observer, when we buy the vehicle, you will not reach like only past 1 year to 2 years, the motor is already spoiled.
Because now the road is a bit okay. You don't repair like before. You don't repair like before, you just do service and other small things.
The Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme is one of the innovations of this government in order to encourage investment in critical infrastructure, which again, as I said, is a public good. We can't all just go around building our own roads. So there's one road that connects Lagos to Kano, for example. So that has to be provided by government. But government can obviously use various methods of financing it. And one of the innovations in order to bring the high quality of project management that is available in the private sector. And so the government came up with this scheme. And now, for example, we have the one that NNPC is handling. There are 21 roads spread across the 6 geopolitical zones that are being handled About 620 billion is deployed for this purpose, and one of the routes is almost done. The Lagos-Badagry is part of the program. Then there are some routes in Niger State that are very critical to the provision of petrol and diesel, and they are also being worked on. There are some routes also, like I said, in the south-south as well, southeast, northwest, and so on and so forth. So this is a very important scheme. It's leveraging on the capacity of the private sector to be more efficient in project delivery. And it's a success because even the Boni road that the Nigeria LNG is doing has been on the table for a long time, but it's now been finally done under this scheme. And I'm sure that by the time some of these routes become operational, either by being fixed under this program or even the new roads like the Boni road, it is going to improve the competitiveness of Nigeria's economy and in the end reduce our imports.
The scheme, which is mostly referred to as road infrastructure tax credit scheme, is a PPP intervention that enables federal government of Nigeria to leverage on the financial muscle of the private sector to fix this road. In other words, for purpose of clarity, it's not as if we are going to borrow money from the private sector. It's not as if we are telling the private sector to come and build road. It's not as if federal government says build and operate this road. No, you have future tax liabilities. You know that I'm going to pay 2 naira tomorrow. Why don't you come together? Use 1 naira out of the 2 naira due tomorrow. Fix this road. Get tax credit from FRS so that when your taxes are due, you don't necessarily to pay again. You have something to tender, legal tender instrument to provide to anybody that the tax that was due to me, I have used it to fix this road. So in the course of your income tax return to FRS, this credit is given to you.
Asking private sector operators and companies that are liable to paying income tax to the federal government to spend that tax in advance. So your tax for next year or 3 years' time, bring it forward and invest it in infrastructure. That's really what the tax credit scheme is about.
Before, if you are going to Abuja, when it was very bad, if you go in the morning, you come back in the evening. But as it is now, you can go to Abuja and come back, and still go and come back like 2 times in a day. My advice to people, this kind of development they are seeing in my local area between me and Sileja now, the way they are doing road, some places they do it 2 times, and they are still facing on it. They are still doing it. I think it's okay. Everyone should start paying tax, so that when they don't work, you can say, my money why they pay, why they put up. I think my advice for people, they should start paying, honestly.
A tax is a compulsory contribution to government revenue levied on individuals or corporations on their income, on their assets, or their consumption. There is a social contract between the government and the citizens that come together to form a nation. So this social contract requires that the citizens pay for running the government, and the government then provides certain services that only the government can provide. And in some cases, it also provides services that others can provide, but the government has decided that they are too important to be left to the market.
We are beginning to see how government is expressing itself and using the revenues that are coming in judiciously. We are beginning to see a well-funded military. We are beginning to see more infrastructure being built. Unlike in the past where promises were made and not delivered, like the second Niger Bridge, we'll be hearing of it from 1999. But now we can see it, we can touch it, we can feel it. And it's only made possible because of the taxes that we have paid. So if we continue to pay our tax and pay regularly, we can only have more and the nation can be better off.
Thank you for staying with us. Just like the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme, the FRS continues to innovate towards making tax payments a pleasant experience for taxpayers at all levels. Recently, the service deployed a new filing and payment module for VAT on Tax Pro Max. On Wednesday, the 26th of April, the FRS hosted a webinar on addressing stakeholders and taxpayers' concerns over the new VAT filing processes on the Tax Pro Max. Chief host was Executive Chairman FRS, Mr. Muhammad Nami.
This is the second webinar the service is hosting this year. The first touch on a similar subject, that is the appointment of VAT agents, as well as new features and improvement on our tax formats, particularly on the one-click tax clearance model. Let me use this moment to offer my apology on behalf of the service to all stakeholders and taxpayers for the huge communication gap that is being experienced with the deployment of our Tax Pro Max new model in respect of filing VAT and making VAT payments. We want to assure you that we made these changes in good faith.
Consequent upon the deployment of the new model, VAT filers experienced some glitches in filing April VAT returns. The service moved in swiftly to address those issues.
It is in fact based on the concerns you raised that we issued a public notice to provide you with some palliatives, particularly on penalties and interest for late filing and payment of April VAT obligation, extension of filing due date to 30th April for filing April VAT returns, among others. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to provide us with further feedback so that we are guided and will be in a position to serve you better.
Immediately after the welcome address, there was a presentation on the introduction of input VAT mechanism, credit mechanism, and how it works.
Here I'm going to log in as a taxpayer. Then I come to the taxes due to get the form to be filled, where I have the VAT form. Then I have the sales schedule. Now on the schedule, if you note that we have like a legend where we have our VAT status column, which is this column here. We have under the VAT status column here, 0 is meant for VATable items, 1 is for 0 rated items, while 2 is for VAT exempted items. And under the first one, under the first column, we have the beneficiary name, which is the customers. Now, this will only apply to those who deal with corporate entities who are not the final consumers of what you sell. Now, this is a taxpayer that is filing his own returns based on his own sales for the previous months. Now, you are expected to fill in the name of the tax of your customers, who in this instance is either a corporate taxpayer or an enterprise taxpayer. Then the TIN of the taxpayer is expected to be provided, the item that was purchased, the cost of that item, how much did you sell it to the person? And when you are putting this cost, it is VAT exclusive. This is not the cost plus the VAT, rather the cost minus the VAT. Then the item description, then the VAT status. As we know, 2 here signifies VAT exemption. And we know that baby products are exempted by the provisions of the law. Now, you're going to fill all this. Now, I also want us to notice this. I put in a Red Cross here. A Red Cross Society is an NGO provided services in the humanitarian services. And when the law provides that when you sell to for those who in that categories of taxpayers, it is charged as 0. That's why you have it as 0, as 1. Then every other item here, they are all vatable items, and that is why the code here is 0. Now let's notice this last one. Now this is for your customers who are final consumers, who are not in any way going to claim any input on what they have purchased from you. So, for example, if I'm a hotelier and I do not do transactions with any people coming to my hotel to lodge, which means at the end that those are final consumers. At that point, I am not entering in any details of the individuals that come into my hotel. Rather, I have them as my customers. The TIN is going to be 0. I have it as my sales. The cost of the services or the goods that I've sold to them, then goods sold or services provided, then since it is vatable, you put it as 0. Now, having done that, then you come onto the system and select that template which you have filled and upload it onto the system. I will say the system is going to do validation of all the records that you have imputed. So having done that, you click on upload.
I'm a very busy man. My business involves a lot of traveling and I interface with lots and lots of people and organizations. Tax compliance used to be a big drag on my business. It was time consuming and very costly. But now, no more. Introducing the FIRS Tax Pro Max, the truly fully end-to-end tax administration solution for companies' income tax, value-added tax, petroleum profits tax, and all other tax types. For fast, efficient, and convenient end-to-end tax experience, log on to www.taxpromax.firs.gov.ng. Tax Pro Max has turned things around for me. It is fast, user-friendly, and cost-effective. FIRS, making tax administration as easy as ABC.
We are coasting home. Next week is the annual tax conference and it is holding in Abuja FCT. It is the 25th in the series. To shed light on what to expect, we have with us in the studio the president of the CITN himself, Mr. Adeshino Adedayo. Mr. Adedayo is here with Mr. Adeshino Fatai, a member of the annual tax conference planning committee. Gentlemen, you're welcome to Tax Matters.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
You're welcome. To what do we owe this visit?
Actually, the visit is to sensitize both our members and the public on what we are about to do. We are gathering as one of the largest body of tax practitioners for us to be able to see how do we come together in terms of conference. And that's why we want to sensitize them by telling them this is what is happening and is happening very soon in the city of Abuja.
Now, we know it is customary to have a theme for the annual tax conference. What is the theme of this year's annual tax conference?
The theme is Nigeria of the Future, Achieving Sustainable Development Through Transaction.
Now, let me come back to the president. Could you tell us what informs the choice of this theme?
When we look at the Nigeria of today, we're able to at least visualize the Nigeria of the future. How do we change the narrative? How do we have a situation where, as much as possible, we are able to talk about revenue coming through taxation, leading to the sustainable development of that, and by having the Nigeria of the future we love to see. So that is why we make the theme Nigeria of the Future, Achieving Sustainable Development Using Taxation.
Now, what are we expecting? Who are the speakers?
Yes, apart from the fact that we are looking at the sustainable development through taxation, we are aware you do not operate in vacuum, and we cannot be an isolated nation. We are actually having a development partner also with us here, UNDP, and they are going to send a representative, the country representative, to talk to us. The ACCA country representative is equally coming for purpose of giving a flavor to it. It's about building bridges. We have an area of speakers, people from leading accounting firms like KPMG, like Deloitte and Touche, like even, we are talking about even a chairman of revenue service also being there. All these are people, they are going to get the benefit of their knowledge and impact. It is a place to be, I can assure you.
We can see it is fully loaded. Now to Mr. Fatai, is this conference open to everybody?
It is virtually open to everybody, for CITM members, for non-members. It's even open to students, student members. It's open to members of other professional bodies. It's open to foreigners. It's just open to virtually anyone who is interested in the economy and in the finance system of this country. They are welcome.
So if one wants to attend, what is required of he or she?
Well, we have on our flyers that you have displayed here, we have links that we have published where people can log on to and register online and then make a payment. The payments are varied for members, for non-members. We have for members 130,000, for non-members 135,000, for student members. Then for old aged members, it's just half of what members will pay. And for foreign members, they will pay $500. So if they are watching virtually, they pay $250. So it's just graduated like that across board. So everybody has something to pick, from the schedule.
Now, Mr. President, apart from the intellectual fees, the talk, what else can we look forward to?
Networking is what makes us human beings. We have the hospitality night where we come, we socialize, we even look at the cultures of different places in Nigeria. We want to see how our district society in Kaduna will showcase their internal culture, and then we see what is happening about the district in Abeokuta. We want to be able to have fun. That is talking about the hospitality night. Secondly, we also have the games where we play different types of games. Maybe my skill is in table tennis, yours is in Scrabbles, whatever it is. We want to have a community of professionals actually relating with themselves on social level. Then finally, we also have the gala night. At the gala night level, it is a situation where, irrespective of whether you are old school or new school, we want to be able to dance. So gala night is a place to also be. Then finally, you have the issue of the students. We also want to connect. We are talking about Nigeria of the future. We want to be able to connect with what is happening with the youth of today as far as taxation is concerned. Actually, if I have to be sincere with you, the tax conference of this year is a place to be. It's just a place to be.
Now, finally, Mr. Fatai, please share with our viewers the venue and the date of the 25th annual tax conference.
The conference will be taking place at the Chida Event Center, Plot 224, Solomon Lawi, Utako District, Abuja.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming.
Thank you, Amaka, for having me.
25th Annual Tax Conference, Monday 8th to Friday 12th of May 2023. See you there. Thank you for watching. Have a beautiful week ahead.
It's always a great morning on the TVC Breakfast Show.
Thanks for joining us on TVC Breakfast.
With the array of stories that matter and what's behind them.
As you say, the first blow indicates the direction of government.
Tell us what really is going on between your union and the federal government.
Once it's generated, you
don't use it, it's waste.
We are not even sure whether we have a strategy for security.
Are you saying that there was nothing wrong in that?
Was he the one driving the taxi?
Answer the question.
Reveal your morning with all you need to know.
Like the
Yes,
just mundane lyrics.
Yes.
How does that fit into your scheme of events or duties right now?
No chief of staff, no general has the right to call a governor to order. The governor has been elected by his people.
Start your day right, because this is the breakfast show that adds to your breakfast. TVC Breakfast, weekdays at 7 a.m. only on TVC News.
President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Nigeria's 16th president continues. More and more world leaders are showing solidarity with him in recognition of his well-deserved win. The United States, United Kingdom, China, Ukraine, France, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Cuba, Nicaragua, Namibia, and a host of others have already sent in their congratulatory messages. The ECOWAS Parliament and other ECOWAS bodies, the D8, that is, the Developing Aid Organizations for Economic Cooperation, the African Union, are among organizations that have recognized Bola Tinubu's impressive win in the presidential election held on the 25th of February, 2023.
The United States congratulates the people of Nigeria, President-elect Tinubu, and all political leaders following the declaration by Nigeria's Independent National Electoral Commission, or INEC, on the results of the February 25th presidential election. This competitive election represents a new period for Nigerian politics and democracy. Each of the top 3 candidates was the leading vote-getter in 12 states, a remarkable first in Nigeria's modern political era, reflecting the diversity of views that characterize the campaign and the wishes of Nigeria's voters.
Namibia also looks forward to a good working relationship with the incoming government of President-elect His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The goal of world leaders is to partner with a prosperous Nigeria, the economic giant of the African continent. Tinubu's presidency is expected to usher in unprecedented growth and development across all critical sectors.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
President-elect Bola Tinubu says Nigeria's unity is non-negotiable, promises to be fair to all. Troops of Operation Hardin K rescued 2 more Chibok schoolgirls with their babies. United States denies Russian claims of masterminding alleged drone attack on Kremlin. And Osimhen is set to lead Napoli to Italian crown against Udinese tonight. You're watching TVC News at 7, reaching you live from our headquarters here in Lagos. We'll begin from Rivers State, where the President-elect Bola Tinubu says the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable, assuring all citizens that he will be fair to all. President-elect spoke when he commissioned the Magistrates Court complex in Port Harcourt at the instance of Governor Nyesom Wike. He ended his 2-day official visit to the oil-rich South-South state on Thursday, saying Nigerians must tolerate one another. Asiwaju Tinubu said he and Governor Wike, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, are promoting unity despite not being members of the same political party. The former Lagos State Governor also promised to review the welfare of judges after he is sworn in on May 29, 2023. Governor Wike named some blocks in the newly inaugurated Justice Ichendu Magistrates Court complex after some top judicial officers in the state.
The unity of this country is not negotiable. That's what is Wike and I are promoting jointly. I promise I'll be fair to all.
Why did we name this place after Justice Indo? During his tenure as a chief judge, he did very, very well. He did very, very well. In fact, that was the period, as at that time, I was the chief of staff. You see a chief judge coming with dignity. You can't believe it. A chief judge will arrive, you know that this is a chief judge.
And in another dramatic twist, the president-elect was on a peace mission as he brought 2 political foes to exchange a warm handshake with each other. TVC News captured Governor Nyesom Wike and Senator Magnus Abe, the SDP governorship candidate in the last election, shake hands at the Port Harcourt International Airport, where the president-elect brokered the peace. And the Bayelsa State Election Tribunal has struck out the case against the Speaker of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, Abraham Ngobere, who won his re-election bid in the Brass Constituency 3 election on the platform of the People's Democratic Party. The three-man tribunal, headed by Justice Oluwatoyin Fadeyi, made the declaration after the petitioner, Dodo Ibinabo of the Action Democratic Party, withdrew the case on personal grounds. Joseph Kunde has details.
4 national and state election cases were expected to be introduced before Panel 2 of the Bayelsa State Election Tribunal, sitting in Yenagoa, including the Bayelsa East Senatorial election and the Brass Constituency 3 polls. With counsels to all parties present, the chairman of the tribunal, Justice Oluwatoyin Fadeyi, is forced to strike out the case against Abraham Ngobere, winner of the Brass Constituency 3 election, after the petitioner, Dodo Ibinabo of the ADP, withdrew his case, citing personal grounds. Counsels to the defendant say it is a welcome development as it reduces the workload on the tribunal, already set to hear 31 cases from the past elections.
We thank God for everything, and it reduces the workload of the tribunal, because for now at least one case is off. So at least their workload is a bit reduced. And we hope that maybe as time goes on, when petitioners, on a critical look or analysis of their petition, maybe if they feel that that petition cannot stand the tests of passing through the process of the tribunal and all that, instead of wasting the time of the tribunal, wasting other people's time, we just didn't do the needful and withdraw the petition if necessary.
On personal ground. That is the reason why he decided not to pursue the case again. The duty of lawyer is to attend or take instruction, legal instruction from your client. And the same petitioners have decided to withdraw the matter, so I am okay with the withdrawal.
Others are optimistic of getting justice as their cases are expected to be heard subsequently.
The matters will come up again. We undertook as lawyers from this jurisdiction, and particularly from the state, to abide by the rules, to be of good conduct and give them the cooperation that is needed. So at the end of the day, justice is served.
The tribunal adjourns until the 8th of May, with Panel 1 set to begin hearings on same date. Joseph Kunde, TVC News, Yenagoa.
The arrest of the Adamawa State Resident Electoral Commissioner by the police has started generating reactions across the political divide in Nigeria. Director General of Interior Campaign Organization Awar Tukor described it as a step in the right direction, but some APC chieftains say the arrest will help the party recover its stolen mandate. Correspondent Gbajabiamila has details.
The dust raised over controversy surrounding the Adamawa State governorship election is yet to settle. The state government had called on the police to investigate the controversial declaration of the APC governorship candidate winner by the REC, which led to crisis. The police say the REC is in its custody, and thus, according to Interior Campaign Organization, is good news. Director of the campaign organization, Awar Tukur, wants the relevant authorities to make their findings public.
At least that aspect has now been put to rest. He's under the custody of the relevant authorities, in this case, the police. So we charge them, we expect them, and we pray and wish that they would do a thorough investigation that will cover the whole gamut of what happened, go into all that happened, and where he's found wanting, where others are found wanting, like I said earlier on, the full weight of the law should be applied so that people will not go this direction in future. We want to clean up our electoral process. We want to clean up the process of how our leaders emerge in this country.
The APC insists more hidden facts on what played out during the supplementary governorship poll. will emerge. The party says only the REC knows the truth about the exercise, adding that its governorship candidate Aisha Binani won the election. They called on Nigerians not to prosecute the embattled REC but allow him reveal
What
the
we
truth.
want is that true, legitimate, lawful votes should count in determining who becomes the governor of Adamawa State. And I think this is what these investigations are going to unearth, and also the processes of the tribunal that is going to start very soon.
Residents of the state do not want the issue politicized, urging security agents to do their job by bringing the culprit to book.
The provision of the Constitution, and we hope and believe that justice will take its course. But for the meantime, we have to wait and see how it will turn out.
Governor Amadou Umar Fintiri has officially been declared winner of the poll, but the SDP governorship candidate, Dr. Umar,
specifically at the grassroots level, I urge you to discharge your duties in accordance with your oath of office. It's also important for you to properly engage with all stakeholders in the electoral process.
The Commission's chairman, Mr. Okanla Baba, promises to conduct a free, credible and transparent local government election that will be applauded by all. In its reaction, the opposition People's Democratic Party describes the inauguration as belated. The party's chairman, Babatunde Mohammed, says the party leadership will soon meet to decide whether to take part in the election or not.
I think my home party, our push is that though it's belated, but we are happy that SIEC is in place. Our participation in future elections at the local government.
Say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
What do you know about the legislature, its role in governance, and as one of the three arms of government? Lagos Parliament is here to bring it to you as it is. Here to bring you every detail you need to know about the legislature in Africa's most populous city. On Lagos Parliament, you get a chance to meet the lawmaker of the week. Events are critically reviewed. You can also observe plenary in Yoruba language. I am Abimbola Agbebi. Join me every Friday at 9 p.m. as I take you through the activities of the legislature.
You're watching TVC News at 7. A reminder of our top stories tonight. President-elect Bola Tinubu says Nigeria's unity is non-negotiable, promises to be fair to all. Troops of Operation Hardin K rescued 2 more Chibok schoolgirls with their babies. United States denies Russian claims of masterminding alleged drone attack on Kremlin. And Osimhen set to lead Napoli to Italian crown against Udinese tonight. Thanks for staying with us. In Borno State, troops of Operation Hardin K have rescued 2 more Chibok schoolgirls alongside their babies. FETA Commander Major General Ibrahim Ali stated that the girls were rescued during an operation by troops in the Sambisa forest. After an ongoing series of rehabilitation, the victims have now been handed over to the state government. Out of the 276 girls that were abducted on the 14th of April 2014 at Government Girls Secondary Chibok, about 184 of them have now been rescued.
Troops of Operation Hardin K rescued 2 of the abducted Chibok schoolgirls at Lagara during our operations in the Sambisa forest. The 2 rescued Chibok girls are, first, we have Esther Marcos. The second rescued Chibok girl is Hawa Malta. I want to use this medium to assure the general public and the good people of the Northeast in particular that Operation Hardin K remain resolute and determined in neutralizing all vestiges of terrorist elements as well as criminals marauding the northeast and return total and long-lasting peace to the region.
Let's bring you some traffic update in Lagos. The entrance into CMD Road from the expressway before Secretariat bus stop has been closed, and this is to enable the reconstruction of a short stretch of approximately 150 meters of the road. That's from CH1. The closure terminates at a location just after the pedestrian bridge at Secretariat bus stop. According to the Ministry of Works, the narrowed outbound traffic lane, which is currently on the off side of the road, will be shifted to the newly constructed road pavement on the on side of the road to enable the reconstruction of the off side of the road. And work is scheduled to commence on Friday. TVC News correspondent Theophilus Elama is out monitoring the situation on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Hi Theo, what's the situation right now?
Well, Nifemi, as you can see just behind me, you can see the traffic situation has built up already, and that's because of some situations. Now, looking behind me, you see the traffic situation here quite heavy, all the way going towards the area that has been demarcated around Secretariat, going all the way towards Beja bus stop access. Now, a lot of people from here are supposed to go into CMD Road via Secretariat bus stop just before the bridge. But as it is right now, the CMD Road entrance has been closed off to allow for some construction works to go on there, which will take about 5 days, May, or towards K2. But if you are going towards Otedola, you have to go through under bridging at the road there, under the bridge, then get to Otedola and also get to everywhere you want to go to. But as it is, this is the reality that many people have been faced with. Of course, in the front area where there's a demarcation, the other stretch of the road has been fixed already, and so they are allowing people to go on that stretch. So a lot of people are having a difficult time on the road because of the traffic situation. You experience this in the morning, and you also experience this at night as well. Let me talk to some people. How has the traffic been for you? Talk to us now. Okay, a lot of people are not happy.
Everyone's stuck in traffic right now. It's just to get home. But do we have an idea of how long it would take before commuters can, heave a sigh of relief on this road?
Well, initially, the termination date for the reconstruction of the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, both stretches, the left and the right axis, was April 30th. This construction started last year into this year, and so the government had said earlier this year that by April 30th, this road construction would have been over and done with. But we have seen that April 30th had come and gone, the construction has not ended. So there's no new date from the federal government as to when this construction will end. But a lot of people are speculating that it might not be up to 2 weeks, it might not be up to a month, while other people are believing that the federal government has said April 30th, they couldn't meet that date. So what about when they don't understand when it will get, where it will, the dates that they will finish this road? But from what we have seen so far, it doesn't look like Julius Berger, that's the construction giant, is going to finish this stretch of the road within 2 weeks or within a month, because there is still much work to be done. Remember, the inward stretch of Lagos, of the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, you see that the part from Beja, the borderline between Lagos and Ogun State, into Otedola has not been done. Nothing has been done on that road. No demarcation yet in preparation for the work to be done or anything. No work done yet. And that's the reality. But other works are being done on this particular axis, on this stretch of the road, going all the way to Beja axis. But from the Beja bus stop going towards outer Lagos, you see that it's a free road. But the traffic coming here all the way, going all the way to Bega, this is the situation. So no one has an inkling into when and where all of this construction will end.
Thank you, Theo, for the update. I know that's your route home. My advice is just get back to the studio and spend the night. Theophilus Elama live for us on the Ibadan, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Now let's bring you an update on the Nigerian stock in Sudan and their story of the journey back home, rather. The much-awaited arrival of the first batch of Nigerian evacuees from Sudan happened just before midnight on Wednesday. The evacuees obviously looking tired after spending some 7 nights at the Egyptian border are grateful to be back home. Mio Thomas has details.
At exactly 11:15 p.m. on Wednesday, the first aircraft, Air Peace, touched down with about 274 Nigerian nationals, followed about 20 minutes later by NAF C-130 bearing 104 nationals. The evacuation was a multi-sectoral collaboration involving the National Emergency Management Agency, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and IDPs, with the parent ministry, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development. The Nigerians in Diaspora Commission was also on ground to receive the returnees. Speaking with journalists, some of the officials gave conflicting figures of the number of Nigerians that arrived. A statement by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs confirmed 376 Nigerians actually arrived. As the evacuees disembarked, they were led to the arrival hall where their temperatures were taken and were given forms to fill for profiling. The federal government is committed to providing them adequate care.
Some of them, their family members are here to receive them, while others, they are going to be under our care until they get to their families.
And then we also have some psychosocial support facilities available for them today and also through their recovery process. Some might have some additional needs, and we'll try to also factor that into our planning.
The Sudanese ambassador to Nigeria assures that the situation in Khartoum is under control.
The situation is there in Khartoum now is calming down, and the army is going soon to control the whole capital.
Stephen, a footballer who plays in Sudan, describes the harrowing experience he went through.
It was a very difficult situation because for us to come from Khartoum to the boundary between Egypt and Khartoum, it was very difficult, just like that 16 hours journey. Then we have to sleep outside for like 8 days. You understand? And the Egyptians made it very difficult for us. I didn't know why.
For Saratu Idris Adam, a final year nursing student who had 4 months to the end of her 5-year studies, fears for her future.
Because our studies is our life, our future. Without it, we are nothing. So we just have to find a way to complete our education.
The Nigerian Immigration Service stamped them into the country with all the necessary checks. Women, children, and vulnerable were given priority. They all received the 100,000 naira Koti Aliko Dangote Foundation for transport back to their various homes. They received a dignity pack containing hygiene essentials and food. The warm embrace of parents and loved ones capped the entire experience as they wore smiles on their faces. Moyo Thomas, TVC News, Abuja.
Lagos State government says the constant flooding being experienced on Lagos Island will cease by July. Permanent Secretary, Office of Drainage and Environmental Services, Lekan Shudende, made this known during an inspection of an ongoing construction aimed at channeling water from the canal at an upscale neighborhood into the lagoon. Esther Mokwariola has details.
Last year, viral videos emerged on social media showing how floods ravaged some major markets in Lagos Island. Residents and traders at Oroyinyi, Ojogiwa, Idugoron and Jankara have had to contend with sweeping through these polluted waters every rainy season.
Water go carry person go.
This period is no different, as the rainy season has further made their situation unbearable. Following this concern, the Lagos Ministry of Environment revealed that the state is working tirelessly to resolve the lingering issue. The state has just applied high-powered pumping machines designed to evacuate water from the waterlogged areas, which causes the constant flooding into markets whenever the rains begin.
Historically, we know that Lagos Island is low-lying. The predominant area that has actually affected the Okwawu area Any small rain, even if other areas are dry, there's water in the drain, Bokwa will be flooded because it is very, very low. Getting natural energy to discharge into the lagoon is not feasible. So we in the ministry now propose to have a pumping station. So what we're doing now is we're going to create a diversion channel that will bring the Evans collector to the Jankana collector, where we're going to create a sump. We're going to, introduce, big turbine pumps, 3 million liters per hour capacity. Each pump is going to be able to move 3 million liters in 1 hour. We're installing 3 pumps.
With projections that coastal cities like Lagos could disappear by the mid-century due to rising sea levels, the state government revealed it is doing all it can to ensure it adapts to the new climate reality.
The master plan we have, the drainage master plan for the ministry, says you must go 3.75 above the mean sea level now. That means, so going into the future, the ocean will be rising. That's why it never used to be like this. It never was like this. But because of climate change, the lagoon is rising because of the ocean effect. And it's going to be like that until we've all gone. So we need to be able to prepare for that. Whoever is going to be building in the future must take that into cognizance.
While works are still ongoing, residents were asked to desist from dumping refuse into drains and canals and take ownership of the environment. Esther Mokwariola, TVC News, Lagos.
The Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria and Lagos State says it's seeking an amicable and progressive collaboration with the state government that will work for the benefit of residents. The body said this while calling on authorities to obey court judgment, which nullified the state government's appointment of a caretaker committee. On April 18, the National Industrial Court of Nigeria, sitting in Lagos, also ordered the reinstatement of the operations of RTN in the state, which after it was purportedly dissolved by the Lagos state government in October 2022. Meanwhile, the Minister of Justice has stated that it will file an appeal over the issue.
All parties, especially the defendants, are expected to comply with the judgment of the National Industrial Court. We therefore calling on Lagos State government to do the needful and direct all its agents, park and garage administrator that occupy the office of the RTN and our loading and offloading point to vacate the places. We are law abiding and we work with the government of at all times for the interest of Lagos State, as well as our members that come from every part of the country.
Nigerian Air Force has held an inter-command doctrine penetration competition in Enugu as part of activities marking its 59th anniversary. The exercise is meant to deepen troops' understanding of doctrines guiding the operations of the Air Force, as efforts are being stepped up to tackle the security challenges in the country. Sifon Essien reports.
Officers and airmen of the Nigerian Air Force assembled in this hall in the Enugu state capital for an inter-command doctrine penetration competition as part of activities marking the 59th anniversary of the Nigerian Air Force. From one doctrinal principle, the Air Force now has 15 doctrine coverage areas such as command and control, operations and planning, legal support for air operations, and unmanned aircraft system employment.
In order to build on the enduring legacies of my predecessors, I identified the urgent need for doctrinal development for effective application of air power in joint military operations. This led to the development and promulgation of 15 new doctrines.
The objective is to get the Air Force to adapt its strategies to the requirements for tackling the evolving security challenges in the country.
These new NAV doctrines are expected to draw from the analysis of the contemporary security environment and the operational experiences of the services over the years. This is in order to shape how the Nigerian Air Force should organize, train, equip, and sustain its forces.
At the end of the day, the impact of the doctrines may be determined by how well troops apply them. Sifon ACN TVC News, Enugu.
And the Nigeria Defense Academy has fully implemented the institution's newly reviewed curriculum. The NDA Commandant Ibrahim Manu was at the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center in Cherry Hills just to inspect the cadets in training. He spoke to journalists about the newly reviewed curriculum of the NDA and how the development will tackle the trending challenges of insecurity bedeviling some parts of the country. Plateau State correspondent Funum Joshua was at the event and now reports. We'll return with business news.
Nigeria Defense Academy regular course 70s at the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, Cherry Hills, Jos, for the institution's Camp Highland exercise. The exercise is a requirement for the cadets of the academy to pass through before graduation and commissioning into the Nigerian Army. Some time ago, the NDA announced the review of its curriculum, adding aspects that would tackle the challenges of insecurity threatening the peace of the country as a whole. The academy commandant inspects the cadet on the training ground. He acknowledges that the review of the institution's curriculum has been carried out to meet the temporary threats facing the country. He asserted that these cadets are different from others who graduated many years ago and are not used to the current emerging threats.
The academy comes here each year to conduct this training exercise because the core values of the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center here in Cherry Hills includes courage, integrity, trust and compassion, emerging challenges, hybrid challenges. We've taken lessons from operations in the field, and we've used this lesson to review the curriculum so that the cadets that will eventually graduate and become officers in the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will hit the ground running.
We spoke with a few of the cadets about the training so far.
And the training has taught us perseverance, cooperation, and the importance of teamwork. And as we go further back to the academy and everyone will pass out, to endeavor to inculcate such that we have learned.
Here in Jos, we have learned that you need teamwork, cooperation, practice, rehearsals to accomplish a particular task, especially in the obstacle crossing course.
The review of the curriculum is to meet the current trend of insurgency and emerging threats facing the nation and better equip the cadets to tackle the challenges professionally. Funum Joshua, TVC News, Cherry Hills.
Thanks for joining us. And in business news, the recent pronouncement by the federal government to increase excise tax on tobacco products from 30% ad valorem to 50% as part of measures to control tobacco smoking in the country has continued to generate reactions. The Director and Chief Executive Officer of Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Mr. Muda Yusuf, says some tax and import duty provisions in the 2023 fiscal policy measures of the federal government would hurt the economy and worsen the deindustrialization worries in the Nigerian economy. The CPPE boss earlier today on our flagship business program, Business Nigeria, says the measures could cause the industry to fold up and collapse.
It's a different thing if you are taxing the profits.
Okay.
But this one, we are taxing the value of the product. You know, and the excise duty are so high. For beer, for instance, we have 20% ad valorem. Ad valorem is the value, is 20% on the value of the product. So this is like wanting to practically exterminate both the brewery industry and the wine industry in Nigeria. So we feel that this is extremely prohibitive, and this is not supporting the whole idea of promoting industrialization. So coming at a time when we already have weak purchasing power, the companies are already struggling with the challenges of, high cost of energy, high transportation costs, all sorts of issues around the exchange rate situation. You know, so when you have all these challenges already, and already they are paying some other taxes. They are paying VAT, they are paying corporate tax, they are paying education tax, they are paying all sorts of taxes to the federal and to the state governments and sometimes to local governments. So if on top of all of that, we are now imposing this kind of tax on them, I think it is not good for our food and beverage industry.
The President, Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, Edwin Ekiti, has implored insurance practitioners to enhance their health status through regular fitness. He said this at the Institute's annual fitness walk. Mr. Ekiti posited that health and fitness are like the two sides of a coin, adding that one must remain fit to maintain good health. The CIIN president added that an average healthy person can do all of their daily work in a generally positive state of mind.
We have this program once in a year, and it's an exciting time for the insurance industry. Number one, to create awareness about the industry. Number two, fitness work is something that has to be done. You know, we want to encourage our members that it should be a way of life. And apart from that, we have so many companies. It's an opportunity for the professionals to come together and they bond.
Insurance is the life wire of every commerce. And therefore, insurance in the life of the society is very vital. My usual statement is that if insurance refuses to grow, economy will not grow. And therefore, insurance needs to grow. And I want every soul, both organization, individual, to imbibe the principle of insurance.
Operators within the import and export value chain have been warned to comply with the law or risk losing their investments. The acting controller, Federal Operations Unit Zone A, issued the warning following seizures of more than 746 million naira recorded in April. TVC News correspondent Ifunaya Eze reports.
Acting Controller Hussein Ejibono says that results are being gained in the fight against smuggling. A successful conviction of 10 smuggling suspects demonstrates this. Among the seized items in the period under review, rice topped the list. More than 8,050 kg bags of foreign parboiled rice were impounded, the equivalent of 14 trailers.
We know all their antics and their games. Like I said the other time, and that is exactly what is still happening now. That is the more reason why when we move out there, you go into deep bush, you will see the way it is heaped like this, that is the way it will be heaped. Some, they may endeavor to put tarpaulin, some they may not. And you will not find anyone there. What are they doing? They will put it close by, inside the bush, then at an auspicious time, they start moving them piecemeal. Economically, it is not productive for a country not to consume what they are not producing. It is when you consume what you are producing, you will be able to export and earn more. Then those that are in Nigeria, there will be more employment.
Smuggling of used items is another sore point for Controller Ejibono. According to him, the continuous importation of contraband goods violates existing laws and they expose users to dangers.
smugglers that are desirous to turn Nigeria into a dumping ground. We should not accept it. Why would someone go out there and bring in things from that are already bad? You can imagine, look at this. Look at this. This is canvas. Look at used straw, for crying out loud. We have it in Nigeria, but look at this. So people patronizing everything foreign should be wary of what they are patronizing.
Among other contraband items are bags of compressed cannabis sativa, used shoes, frozen poultry, and used tires. Additionally, the command generated over 66 million naira through the issuance of demand notices to defaulters. Ifunanya Eze, TVC News, Lagos.
Many investors returned to the equity sector of the stock market and booked for huge volumes of securities. Let's now join markets editor Efyong Ekop for details.
Stocks trading improved significantly from the negative figures of the previous trade as companies made gains. The positive trade pattern forced the index of the market upward by 0.16% in the afternoon, shortly before closing bell. Mutual benefit assurance hit big on deals with a gain of 10%. Other top gainers were Name Insurance, Computer Warehouse Group, Adover, and Prestige Assurance. Linkage Assurance and MC Nichols were heavy price losers above 8%. Logistics company Red Star Express followed the negative trend, just as University Press and Champion Breweries lost heavily on prices. 1.27 billion units of shares worth 7 billion naira were crossed in the various market subsectors. Efyong Ekop, TVC News, Lagos.
And crude oil prices rose today, but were unable to claw back the more than 9% decline during the previous 3 days as demand concerns in major consumers. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose to sell at $69.11 per barrel with an upward price review of 0.74%. Brent crude also experienced an upward price margin of 1% to sell at $73. Bonnet Light recorded a price decline of 5.19% to sell at $71.39 per barrel. For the OPEC basket, crude oil dealers are offering $80 per barrel with an uptick of 2.08%. Well, that's business. Sports is up next. Stay with us.
Politics is defined as getting what, where, when, and how. But in the mix, many things come to play to shape the political fortune of any country.
Honorable Minister, that's how you misinform the public.
From the political actors to the electorate, campaign to voting, from debates to policy decisions, big events happen to engage us in constant conversation.
That's what we're looking for. Not some people who are talking about ethnicity. No.
Who is on your mind?
Don't worry.
Join me every day on Politics Tonight, where we dissect issues that shape our political destiny. Politics Tonight, weekdays on TVC News.
Business lives on the fast track of numbers. Business is a strange world where low numbers mean something different. And its currency are speed and time. Finding the open doors of mainstream is not just good business. It's the start of the business. Join us every weekend on Business Week.
Well, hello and welcome to Sports on TVC News at 7. We'll start from the Italian Serie A, where Napoli could clinch a first Serie A title in 30 years tonight when they play away at Udinese. Nigeria's Victor Osimhen, of course, will be one of the star men to lead Napoli to a first ever title since they last won in 1990. In the Premier League, it will be Manchester United playing away at the Amex Stadium against Brighton and Hove Albion. We have a preview of the games coming up tonight.
Many players fell away. The club was devastated, and yeah, they bounced back. And this person is played a main role, so he's totally deserved. He gets honor.
Two matches are lined up for tonight in Italy. Napoli could secure the Serie A title away at Udinese.
Well, in Premier League, Manchester City striker Erling Haaland has described his record goals in the Premier League as a very, very huge performance, and has said that he would continue to make his mark in the Premier League. The Norwegian scored his 35th league goal of the campaign again. Well, the Norwegian had already set a record for a 38-game season, beating Mohamed Salah's 32 goals for Liverpool in 2017-2018. Haaland's 35th top-flight goal of the season came via a deft finish in the second half of a 3-0 win against West Ham that sent City back to the top of the Premier League. Meanwhile, Paris Saint-Germain have ordered extra security at the club's training ground and at the homes of Lionel Messi and Neymar after protest by angry fans over recent conduct of the club's superstars. Several hundred PSG supporters gathered outside the club headquarters to protest, setting off smoke flares and sang hostile chants about the underperforming stars. Messi, Neymar, and Italian midfielder Marco Verratti were the subject of the chants. Some of them dressed in black then traveled to Neymar's home in the wealthy Paris suburb and chanted, "Neymar, get lost." Neymar, who has been plagued by injuries at PSG, is out until the end of the season, while Messi's future at the club was plunged into doubt on Wednesday after he was suspended for 2 weeks for traveling to Saudi Arabia to fulfill a commercial role without the club's permission. And back home, Nigeria's Falconets have commenced preparation for the inaugural edition of the WAFU B Under-20 Women's Tournament. 7 countries from the zone are participating in the tournament, which will be staged in Kumasi, Ghana. And the coach of the team, Christopher Danjuma, says he is ready to undertake the task ahead. The final draw took place at Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire on the 17th of April, where Nigeria was grouped alongside Burkina Faso, Nigeria Republic, and Togo.
Because of the time frame, we're trying to just make sure that we zero on the specifics that we need in the competition proper itself. Choosing the right crop of players, giving them the right mentality, and telling them how important it is to go to a major tournament, which has been the first, and win the trophy. I think this is a new one where we're all gathering in one venue to play for just one cup.
As the best performing, the Nigeria Sports Governors Merit Award and the Nigeria Philanthropist Merit Award held at the Shehu Yaradua Center, Abuja on Wednesday. Dare, who was recently honored in Maldives for his contribution in sports, thanked the organizers of the award for the recognition. And Britain's Dina Asher-Smith says she is relishing the chance to test herself against some of the world's best in the Diamond League opener in Doha. Asher-Smith will line up in the highly quality 100 meters field on Friday, which will feature reigning world 200-meter champion Sharika Jackson. The 27-year-old went undefeated during an indoor season, which saw her improve a British 60-meter record to 7.03 seconds. That's all for sports at this time. We're back with more after the break. Stay with TVC News.
It's always a great morning on the TVC Breakfast Show.
Thanks for joining us on TVC Breakfast.
With the array of stories that matter and what's behind them.
As you say, the first blow indicates the direction of government.
Tell us what really is going on between your union and the federal government.
Once it's generated, if you don't use it, it's waste. We are not even sure whether we have a strategy for security.
Are you saying that there was nothing wrong in that?
Was he the one driving the taxi?
Answer the question.
Reveal your morning with all you need to know.
Like the
yes, just mundane lyrics.
Yes.
How does that fit into your scheme of events or duties right now?
No chief of staff, no general has the right call a governor to order. The governor has been elected by his people.
Start your day right, because this is the breakfast show that adds to your breakfast. TVC Breakfast, weekdays at 7 a.m. only on TVC News.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
The U.S. has denied Russian claims it masterminded an alleged drone attack on the Kremlin. The White House said the U.S. had no involvement at all, adding that Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov was lying. Russia has accused Ukraine of carrying out the alleged attack, with Washington's support claiming it was an attempt to assassinate Vladimir Putin. But Ukraine strongly denied the claim, arguing it's a pretext to Moscow to escalate the war. Earlier, Volodymyr Zelensky told The Hague the Russian president should be sentenced for his criminal actions. And the Ukraine's president also called for the establishment of a war tribunal to hold Russia to account for alleged war crimes. And that's the news at 7. I'm back at 10 p.m. with a more comprehensive package. Stay with us.
Itchy, greasy, and smelly braids can be a thing of the past. Introducing the new Ruwa braids from Expression, made with 100% Aquatex fiber from Canicolon. The new Ruwa braids from Expression is extremely fast drying and perfect for friction-free washing. Stay dry this season with the new Ruwa braids from Expression, now available in pre-stretch and regular braid variants and in beauty shops near you.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. Do you struggle with having an active and healthy lifestyle due to your busy schedule? Do you find it difficult to make it to the gym? You want to improve your overall health, but don't know where and how to start? Medical experts agree that walking, running, and jogging are amongst the best ways to stay fit and enjoy a great active and healthy lifestyle. What if there was a convenient and affordable way to improve your health, improve your mood, and lose weight right in your own home? Introducing the SportX Digital Compact Treadmill, the compact foldable treadmill that makes being active and losing weight fast and easy. Just unfold it and walk, jog, or run while you watch your favorite programs on TV. And when you're done, just fold it and store it away. Now that's convenience. The secret is its advanced design that houses a 1-horsepower motor that is twice the size of most treadmills, packed into a nice compact unit, powering every step you take. You get the SportX Digital Compact Treadmill System complete with a rugged commercial-grade ultra-durable traction belt, large LCD multifunctional display that displays speed, time, distance, calories, and has 12 different exercise programs, as well as a magnetic safety key for added security.
The SportX treadmill has really helped me get back in shape after childbirth. I love it because it's compact and can fit anywhere in the house. And when I'm done, I fold and put it away. Easy peasy.
This is the best piece of equipment for people like me who want to stay active without leaving the home. I simply unfold it and use it while I watch my favorite program on TV.
Joining a gym can cost an absolute fortune, and you could be paying up to 600,000 naira in annual gym fees. Get the SportX treadmill to save the cost and work out from the convenience of your home. You could pay. It was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Never miss a moment. Instant breaking news from all over the globe. Live streaming of your favorite programs delivered directly to you. Watch anytime from anywhere on your mobile or smart devices. Download the TVC News app today. Available on Google Play and Apple Store.
Have you been thinking of where to acquire knowledge without stress and inconvenience? Then what are you waiting for? The National Open University of Nigeria is the place to be. For up-to-date information about the National Open University's programs and activities. Join me, Lulu Bankong, on NOUN Update, showing on this station every Friday at 12:30 p.m.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Zamayo as I bring you news from the epicenter, where it happens and when it happens, staying on top of every breaking story, minute by minute, right at the hour where the city gets busy and just before it sleeps. We're live from every angle with objective insight and analysis. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Feel the power. Welcome to Righteous Invasion of Truth with Dr. Gbajabiamila.
How to love God on His own terms. You know, you cannot know God correctly and manifest Him rightly until you know God's word correctly. You cannot know God correctly and manifest Him rightly until you know God's word correctly. A Christian, therefore, must prioritize God's word in his choice of a local assembly. The main thing that should determine which church you attend is the teaching of God's word. That's the main thing, nothing else, because that is what determines our fellowship. When we assemble together in a local assembly, the essence for our assemblage is to fellowship around the light. In Colossians chapter 1 verse 12, Brother Paul, speaking to the church at Colossae, said, giving thanks unto God, which had made us meet to be partakers of the inheritance of the saints in light. So our fellowship is around the light of God's word. Remember, Satan only rules in darkness. Darkness is the absence of light. The Bible calls him the prince of the power of the air. The Bible calls the devil, the ruler of the darkness of this world. The darkness, Satan cannot rule in light. He only rules in darkness. He is the ruler of the darkness. All right? So, the entrance of God's word frees you from the influence and the rulership of Satan, because you become a partaker of the inheritance of the saints in light. So you cannot know God correctly. Any God that you know outside the rightly divided word of God, it's a wrong God you are relating with. A wrong God, because you cannot know God correctly and manifest Him rightly until you know God's word correctly. So therefore, it becomes a priority for you to ensure that wherever you fellowship with, wherever you go to, either to church or to fellowship called a place of the word of God, it is the rightly divided word of God, the accurate word of God that is communicated. Take this down also. In order to find truth, you must want it more than you want to be right. A man of God by the name of Rick Godwin said that in order to find truth, you must want it more than you want to be right. In order to find truth, you must want the truth more than you want to be right, in order for you to find the truth. Another person said, the truth is not bitter. It tastes bitter to a tongue that has been enjoying falsehood. Don't you like that? The truth is not bitter. It tastes bitter to a tongue that has been enjoying falsehood. So, in order for you to find the truth on any subject, you must want it more than you want to be right. Glory to God. So, how to love God on His own terms. Matthew 28 verse 18. And Jesus came and spake unto them, saying, all power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Next verse. Go ye therefore and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Next verse. Teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Amen. Let's observe a few things, and critically so. That every time Jesus is talking, the first thing is he said unto them, think like a journalist for a few minutes. You want to summarize what somebody taught for 40 days. 40 days. Which Luke's gospel, chapter 1, verse 2, look at the way Luke will explain it. Even as they delivered them unto us, which from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word. 40 days of teaching. So Jesus spends 40 days. Luke will also give us a brief summary of what was taught in Luke chapter 24, verse 16 to 52. Luke 24, 16 to 52. He met his disciples after his resurrection. He meets his disciples and he begins to teach them. Then Matthew summarizes everything he said in those 40 days. Then Matthew said, he said to them. You know, you can change that phrase and say, he kept saying to them. In other words, this is the message. This is the message that was communicated 40 days. That is, when you put together everything he taught, this is the message. What is the message? All authority is given to me in heaven and in earth. Then he says, go therefore and make disciples of every nation. Where you have the Greek word matheteo. Matheteo, M-A-T-H-E-T-E-U-O. Now, the first thing you need to realize is that Jesus was teaching from the Old Testament when he made that statement. In John chapter 5 verse 39, Jesus speaking to the Jews, and he said to them, you search the scriptures, for in them you think you have eternal life, and they are they which testifies of me. You search the scriptures, Genesis to Malachi. They are they which testifies of me. Look at the play of words. They are individually, they collectively testifies of me. So in other words, Jesus is saying the scriptures, that is the Old Testament, is about himself. In fact, in John chapter 5 verse 45, do not think that I will accuse you to the Father. There is one that accuseth you, even Moses, in whom you trust. Next verse. Oh, I love this. For had you believed Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Moses, you would have believed me, for he wrote of me, or he wrote concerning me. He says, if you believe his words, you would have believed my words. So in other words, everything that Jesus taught, Matthew summarizes all of it as all authority is given to me in heaven and in earth, which is a teaching from the Old Testament. So Jesus is not talking from his head. Jesus is not giving a motivational speech. He is teaching from Genesis to Malachi, because that was what was available to him, the 39 books of the Old Testament. So in Luke chapter 24 verse 25, then he said unto them, O fools, slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken. Next verse. Ought not Christ to have suffered these things and to enter into his glory? And beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded unto them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself, beginning at Moses, Genesis, and all the prophets to Malachi. So what was the conclusion of all that he taught, beginning at Moses, the prophets, all to Malachi? What was the summary of everything he taught? Matthew 28 verse 18. That's a summary of it. And Jesus came and spake unto them, saying, all power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. That's the conclusion of everything that is said in Genesis to Malachi. So go ye therefore and make disciples of every nation. That's the conclusion of Genesis to Malachi. Teaching them to observe everything I have commanded you, and lo, I am with you always unto the end of the age. That's the conclusion of Genesis to Malachi. Please pay attention to something. You know, we said, go and make disciples of every nation. In Luke chapter 24, verse 44, look at what Jesus said to them. And he said unto them, these are the words which I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all these things must be fulfilled, which were written in the law of Moses and in the prophets and in the Psalms concerning me. That is, while I was yet with you, 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The things I said to you in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, while I was yet with you, that all these things must be fulfilled, which were written in the law of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and in the prophets, major, minor prophets, and in the Psalms of David concerning me. Look at verse 45 of Luke 24. Then opened he their understanding, that they might understand the scriptures. So Matthew 28, 18 to 20 is the understanding of Genesis to Malachi. Matthew 28, verse 18 to 20 is the understanding of Genesis to Malachi, or what we call the scriptures. Look at verse 47 of Luke chapter 24. And that repentance and remission of sins should be preached in his name among all nations, beginning at Jerusalem. Next verse. And you are witnesses of these things. That's the conclusion of Genesis to Malachi. And behold, I send the promise of my Father upon you, but tarry ye in the city of Jerusalem until you be endued with power from on high. So when Jesus said, go and make disciples of every nation, assuming this crowd here is a crowd of Matthew 28. In that Matthew 28, the Bible tells us some of them doubted. What do you think they opened to when Jesus was speaking in Matthew 28? What do you think? Which book do you think all of them opened to? Genesis to Malachi. Was any of them reading Ephesians? Was any of them reading Matthew? What were they all reading from? Genesis to Malachi. So Jesus was teaching from Genesis to Malachi, which means everything Jesus was saying was taken from where? Genesis to Malachi. So what he said is the message of Genesis to Malachi. When he says all authority is given to me, go and make disciples of every nation, he opened their eyes in Luke 24:45. Then in Luke chapter 24 verse 32, and they said one to another, did not our hearts burn within us while he talked with us by the way, and while he opened to us the scriptures? They said, why did Luke say, did not our hearts burn as he opened to us the scriptures? Why did Luke say that? Because they were reading from the Old Testament, Genesis to Malachi. Luke found an experience in Genesis to Malachi that was similar to their experience. So from that experience, he was able to explain their present experience by saying, did not our hearts, they said one to another, burn within us? So that explains what they just experienced. Where did Luke get this explanation from? 2 Kings chapter 6 verse 16. When Gehazi was with Elisha and they were on the mountain, and the mountain was surrounded by enemies. And Gehazi said to the master, alas, master, we are finished. And he answered, fear not, for they that be with us are more than they that be with them. And Elisha prayed and said, Lord, I pray thee, open his eyes that he may see. And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw. And behold, the mountains was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha. So in Luke 24:32, when they said, did not our hearts burn? That means Luke is describing their experience like what happened to Gehazi when he was with Elisha. Did not our hearts burn as he opened? Let's see something unique there. In Elisha's case, Elisha prayed and the Lord opened the eyes of Gehazi. Elisha prayed and the Lord opened the eyes of Gehazi. In Jesus' case, Jesus opened their eyes. In Jesus' case, Jesus opened their eyes. So you know what Luke is saying? Luke is saying to you that Jesus is the Lord that opened the eyes of Gehazi. That Jesus here is that Lord that opened the eyes of Gehazi, and he is the one that opened their understanding. In Luke chapter 24 verse 16 to 32, you can read that at home. Luke 24:45. So they are reading the Old Testament and they are finding out that what happened to Gehazi happened to us. That is, we had similar experience with Gehazi. So that means Jesus' message is the Old Testament. Jesus' message is the message of Genesis to Malachi. The message of Genesis to Malachi. So when he said, all authority is given to me in heaven and in earth, he is saying to you that I have gotten that authority from the scriptures. It is not like an authority just fell on me. I have gotten my authority as I look through Genesis to Malachi. I have found that my authority is in heaven and on earth. Pay attention to the next statement in Matthew 28:19. Go ye therefore and teach all nations. Underline the word all nations. Go ye therefore and teach all nations. Now, if you are talking to the Jews who saw themselves as the unique, peculiar nation of God, and then you say, teach all nations. Teach all nations. You need to grab your Old Testament and ask yourself, what did God say he will do in all nations? Because Jesus is teaching from where? Genesis to Malachi. In Genesis chapter 1 verse 26, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Next verse. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. Now remember, Adam and Eve only had Cain and Abel. Multiply, replenish the earth. But Cain and Abel alone cannot multiply and replenish the earth. Then of course you know, Cain killed Abel. Then of course you know, Cain said, I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer. Okay? Then they had another boy called Seth. And then they had a last one called Enos. Only 4 children, and even 2 are gone. Only 2. How can 2 multiply and replenish the whole earth and subdue it? So it wouldn't be Adam and Eve that God was talking to when he said, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth and subdue. Which means that that statement had to do with what Jesus just said. Make disciples of every nation. Remember, Jesus is teaching from Genesis to Malachi. Look at Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 to 3. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee. Next verse. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Next verse. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Wow, I love this. When God said to Abraham the promise, okay, God gave Abraham the promise. Remember, we are learning how to love God on his own terms. Now, in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Is that close to Genesis 1:26 to 28? Huh? Okay. Is that close to Matthew 28:19? Huh? Go and make disciples of where? All nations. Okay. So that means the work of Genesis 1:26 to 28. And of course, you know, Jesus is called the second and the last Adam. Okay. It means it's the work of Christ to replenish the earth. It's the work of Christ to subdue the earth. Because, listen carefully, replenish and subdue are not a fresh work. I cannot freshly say to you, when you have not put water in the cup before, I can't say replenish the water. If you had not put water before, what will I say? Pour water, fill the cup. But if I say replenish the cup, it means there was water there before that finished that you're supposed to replenish. So Genesis 1:26 to 28 is not a new work. It's a restorative work. Genesis 1:26 to 28 is a redemptive work. You don't subdue if there are no problems. You don't replenish if everything was okay. So those statements are the statements to Christ. And I believe he's already doing that. We are in that nation today. Oh, glory. Are you in that nation? Chosen generation. Holy, peculiar. You are in that nation today to make disciples of every nation. Remember again, Jesus is teaching from where? Genesis to Malachi. Now this is to Abraham. Genesis 15 verse 5. And he brought him forth abroad and said, look now toward heaven and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, so shall thy seed be. Next verse. Wow. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness.
We trust that you have been blessed by this message. To order the complete series of this message and other messages by Dr. Gbajabiamila,
please call +234 806 800 9939 or email powercityoffice@gmail.com.
Coming up in the month of May, the first is International Workers' Day, the third is World Press Freedom Day, on the 5th is the 13th anniversary of President Yar'Adua's demise in 2010, while from 12th to 16th of May are days dedicated as United Nations Global Road Safety Week. The 16th of May is International Day of the Boy Child. World Hypertension Day is on the 17th, and on the 27th is Children's Day. 29th of May is Nigeria's Inauguration Day, the commencement of a new 4-year tenure of another administration. On the 31st is World No Tobacco Day. Brace yourself and tune in to TVC News for special reports and analysis on these days.
TVC News first with breaking news.
We covered the big political stories in Nigeria, but people want more than just politics.
Business news, sports naturally, but you need news to live by also.
Stories about education, health, personal finance, and hey, even lifestyle news.
Newspaper reviews, travel news, and much more.
Nigeria, it's more than just politics. It's life.
Start your day with us every weekday.
TVC News Breakfast. First, fast, balanced, and accurate.
TVC News first with breaking news.
In addition to its core functions, the Central Bank of Nigeria has over the years performed some major developmental roles focused on all the key sectors of the economy, including financial, agricultural, and industrial sectors.
Beyond our intervention programs, we are also working to encourage banks and financial institutions to lend from their balance sheets in order to support the growth of critical sectors of the economy, such as agri, MSMEs, and the real estate sector.
Join me, Oluyemi Dada, as I bring to you weekly news highlights, exclusive stories, in-depth analysis of the monetary and economic policies and intervention initiatives.
Kano State is not just the commercial capital of northern Nigeria. It is the seat of an ancient kingdom that has thrived for more than 1,000 years. It's home to people with a proud and glorious heritage, a dynamic and thriving state. Let's take you on a weekly ride through Kano to see how Governor Abdullahi Ganduje is making steady strides through infrastructure development, education reform, quality and affordable healthcare, urban rejuvenation, human capital development, and more. Kano Spotlight, Friday, 9:30 p.m. on TVC News.
Housing is fundamental to the physical, mental, social well-being and quality of life. In Nigeria, a large proportion of people live in slums and unplanned settlement because of their inability to own a house or rent decent accommodation. On this program, I analyze the challenges affecting the housing sector with stakeholders to provide solutions.
I don't think that anybody can pretend that we're going to close the 70 million homes gap in 5 years.
Each episode gives an insight into the housing plight of Nigerians.
The gate man here needs a house as much as the millionaire who is driving past there needs a house.
How can the housing sector be made better? Will the dream of owning a house by an average Nigerian be achieved? What strategies are the government putting in place to provide affordable and decent housing for all? Let's bring you up to speed on the happenings in the housing sector. Keep it.
The Shared Prosperity Weekly TV series on TVC News. It is through this telecast the viewers get to know what is happening in the prosperity government of His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodinma, the Executive Governor of Imo State. Through this program, all questions agitating the minds of citizens and residents of Imo State are answered in details
with documentary evidence. Don't miss it.
TVC News, first with breaking news.